Hello, 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 everybody.
This Varus has
Hi.
an earache.
Oh, are you okay?
I have an earache, a toothache, and a fucking sinus infection.
Do you need to practice self-care? Do you need to lie down?
This Varnus is laying down, don't worry.
Oh,
This Varnus is sickly and always ill. He is used to it.
Me.
Varnus,
Exactly.
I'm sending you uh good health healing energy by the magical power of wishing for
Okay.
it, I guess.
This is a work of fiction.
This is a work of fiction. I love Avis's voice for Sarah.
This is a
Anyway,
work of
hi, how you doing, Tiberius? Hey, Phil. We
this is a work
are.
of fiction.
Are you doing your Kasim London voice?
I was doing two different voices.
All right, so we are back with. Oh God, it's in front. The chat is in front of Morgan's face.
Morgan has to see the chat and see the chatter's sins.
You're
That's why
standing
she
on
looks so
sending
judgmental here.
healing eels on behalf of another person that likes to send various eels. Hey, Varnus. Phil is sending you eels. Healing
This Varnus will
eels.
eat the eels. Me. Ow.
Is that
Me.
Ugh.
Ow.
is that how their
Uh,
healing energy works, Phil? Is you eat the eels to consume their healing energy? Or are they magic eels like D&D clerics that will cast cure illness? How do the healing eels work? What is... You don't know. You know what?
also, go and finish.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say that with how the chat was framed on uh on the screen before you moved it, it looked like Morgan's face was obscured so her boobs could be in frame better.
I mean,
Just
I like faces too, but
sure,
Right.
sure, Jen.
I have something to show y'all, chat. Ba-ba. Let me see right here. Ba-ba. This is, what's up, Kylisa? This is a lovely, lovely work of art that
Ooh.
I won in a raffle from the amazingly talented
Oh yeah, I saw
Pseudo
that.
Euphoria. Aren't your eyes brown? I honestly forget. I haven't seen you in too long. Anyway. Oh, it is way too big.
That's what he said.
Look at this. I feel like that was a good one. It is me, dressed as Evangeline Morgan from Of the Devil.
Guns not included.
Yeah. I'm super happy with this. I've wanted to get, like, you know, maybe like a little PNG of me as Morgan for a while, but I haven't been able to afford it. But yeah, Pseudo Euphoria, great, great artist. Check them out. I will say that I have committed far, far fewer more.
Be making it to your
Hold on, my dog is whining again.
I will say, however, that I have committed far, far fewer murders than Morgan has. Your eyes are a very dark brown, so it can be mistaken as pure black. What's up, Kylisa?
Mary, what color are my eyes? Do you know?
I'd have to look at a picture of you.
Hehe.
Okay, quick recap for chatters who have no idea what's going on. We are a serial killer lawyer, and we're trying to get our client off for murders that we may or may not have committed. Well, we committed 4 of the murders. The 5th one is still a mystery. Our client is a gangster assassin who was held prisoner by these gangsters that we have murdered, and also a police officer showed up to the scene after we had left and deliberately tried to frame the imprisoned assassin that would later become our client. And somehow, some way or another, that police officer also got murdered. We don't know who killed the cops yet. We only know who killed the 4 rival gangsters.
What are we gonna do about this?
You know, being a serial killer lawyer must be pretty good because you're basically making your own cases.
You are
you.
pretty much making your own cases.
And
Yeah.
we also learned last time that Reyes is an adorable drunk.
Reyes being drunk was adorable. That was so cute. But yeah, you are more or less up to speed with the
Alright, I'm back.
the specifics of this case. Is there anything important I'm forgetting? Like the fact that
Oh.
Sosuke
Oh,
Ikaria...
Sosuke is secretly the heir to the old god of the rival gang.
Yeah, he's secretly the heir to the blue blood fortune. He was basically forcibly adopted by the Ikaria, who after they exterminated the blue bloods leadership, now use their last remaining heir to their fortune as a shield against them, which is super fucked up.
Yes, but also somewhat comedically, our android assistant is thirsting.
Sarah thinks Sosuke is just the hottest man alive.
I do like men who look like Ike men, especially if they are built.
It is a good thing Emma didn't see Emma. It is a good thing Sarah didn't see Sosuke tied up with his shirt off. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, hon, I have to be right back. I have to go help bring in groceries now.
Go ahead, man 7. Go ahead.
I
See
mean,
your
I
man
am a
7
pro-
I think we're at Adelaide Hahn's testimony as well. This is the blue blood gang one of the blue blood gang members who worked
who works
with building security for that blue blood gang den that we butchered. Okay. Who's voicing Adelaide again?
I think you are, but I don't mind taking over.
I do remember me doing it, but
Oh, that'd be me. Hi, I'm Avis Blanca. I'm
yeah,
not
that's
typically
Avis
Gold
Blanco.
Sheep.
Let's give her a shout out. Gold Sheep.
I haven't streamed in an age, but yeah.
Yeah, she was last playing Sid Meier's Civilization, but she's a super cool VTuber. You should go check her out.
Don't worry, I rarely stream anyway, so I should get back into that. I really should. Doesn't matter. Not at the moment. Adelaide Hahn. Site manager at Sinus Security. I served as supervisor for the scene of the crime in case 356319B.
I'm back.
How's that voice for her?
That was really good. Wow! Can I call you lady?
Absolutely not. Nah, babe. But what should I call you, though?
Oh, Han is such a shameless flirt. I love her. Well, you can keep calling me babe, or you address the adjutant as Your Honor.
Awfully cool name for such a hot. Oh, why the hell was that knife not found sooner? Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but we assign a security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and the flagging. You'll have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It was a jump.
You are voicing 3 characters again. I'm so sorry.
Nah, it's fine. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they? I don't understand the question, Your Highness.
Yeah, I love that. I love how smug Han is. Your Highness.
Sinus Security is a cell corporation owned by FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding and effective pseudonym for Kim Acquisitions, aka the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. If you say so. Sounds like it's above my pay grade.
I love that little you just did.
Permission to treat the witness as hostile?
Can I get popcorn first?
Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree?
I love AD-84. She's such a delight.
Why you're allowed to run your businesses and manage your petty fiefdoms? Petty fiefdoms. How about it's a free country and we're loyal capitalist tax-paying entrepreneurs? You got your own explanation? It's because you're insignificant.
Oh!
Wow. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor, and it's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities.
80 in the back while Emma's talking shit, just munching on popcorn like...
Wow. You aren't the focus of this investigation. But if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you will find that the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. You got questions for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched?
I'm just sitting here eating chocolate.
Give me some.
Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alley but downstairs. Your witness, counselor?
My turn. Sorry. If my hunch is right, it'll be critical that I gather as much information as possible about the scene of the crime and the ways in which it changed after I left. When did Zionist security first arrive on the premises, ma'am?
Midnight.
About 2 hours after my client was arrested. Are you sure?
I checked my messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there.
You were there yourself?
Trouble with being a site supervisor. You gotta stay on site. A lot of naps and parked cars.
Han let slip a few details about the building's setup when we first met. Time to get it all out on the record. Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in?
I don't.
Do you know who installed the security features on location?
It was Zionist.
Must have gotten hired by someone.
Not my department.
What a gangster, dodging the question like that. But you recognized some of the handiwork?
I don't think it was an elevator there.
The front door was Zionist. The individual vault room locks too.
That front door was locked when officers arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security systems recognize officers of the law?
Our doors use physical locks. Lots of folk in the lower woods don't trust a fob scanner that can be hacked.
Physical locks can be bypassed too.
Sure, but at least it takes time.
Do all the doors require keys? Is there any way to unlock that front door without its key?
I mean, you could use a spare, right?
Is there any way to lock that front door without its key?
Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk in and let it shut behind you.
The door is designed to lock behind you automatically?
It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure.
Guess now we ask about the alley. That knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there.
Yep. Seems like not everyone did their job.
Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock?
It was.
Any disturbances to the scene in the alley?
No, none.
That actually helps us out. That strengthens our case, because if there were no disturbances to the alley, that means that someone must have put the knife in the alley after the murder had already taken place. And let's remember too that Sosuke didn't get his hands on the knife and cut himself free until after Miller was already dead. So I feel like we should stay. It was a warm night, I'll bet.
You're asking me about the weather. Not exactly grade A small talk. Relevant, Your Honor?
I was trying to be polite, but if you insist. Were the windows open in the building when you arrived?
There's a lot of windows. Not sure.
The crime scene and the room directly below it. Were there windows open?
Yes, those windows were open when Silas arrived.
When Morgan killed those 4 gangsters, she left the windows closed. So whoever killed Officer Chopin must have gotten out through the window, which would match up with the knife being found in the alley. Strange, didn't it rain that night?
That drizzle was over before 9 p.m.
Oh! Look at that.
And even if it had been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windowsills wet.
Alright, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. I wonder if I should press.
You're 21, so...
Yeah,
there's no
I was
real-
being sarcastic. Thank you. That was a very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Whoever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers? Blackjack.
Do you like my Han voice?
Yes.
The hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Councillor Morgan might narrow down her absurd attention-grabbing claim first. So that the people can properly eviscerate it.
Yeah, what she said! Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious.
What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down.
Are you
Are you
suggesting... Oh, that's you,
Still
sorry.
Emma. Are you suggesting that he didn't even try turning the handle first?
No, the front door was locked. We know it to be true. They must have gotten in another way, like the unlocked vault door. No, door was definitely locked when those 2 arrived. This witness has testified that the door is designed to lock itself automatically. So it's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked.
As you say, but in that case... If we know that the front door was locked all night... And we know that the master key was found on Creek's body on the 3rd floor, then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say, anyway?
Just that they used a spare key.
Oh, a spare key, how convenient. But completely unfounded.
Or wait, maybe they got in through the dumpster. The dumpster had been moved, wasn't it? It's either the vault door or the dumpster. The witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in.
But there's no such proof that a spare key even exists.
Probably not, no.
Probably.
So how about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? Tally drum, dumpster, fire escape, and sound system. The dumpster I would have thought they'd have hopped on the dumpster, up the fire escape, into the window, but maybe the dumpster was moved because the spare key was underneath it. I didn't even think about the spare key.
The dumpster? What is your obsession with presenting evidence found in the garbage?
I'm going to ignore that comment. And besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it.
What? Is that true?
I bet Morgan is enjoying this, the moments where she catches Emma off guard. With how obsessed she is about beating Emma, you know?
I mean, look at that face. It's a cutie patootie face.
It is.
Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about.
That dumpster had clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from dirty rain in the lower wards.
We could see those marks, Counselor, but that could have been moved at any point during the last time it rained out there.
The witness just testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder.
So what? Your claim is that the spare key to the front door was left underneath the dumpster?
Oh, I do love getting the better of you, Emma. You smug little bitch.
That sound is similar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant.
Sosuke? Where are the boys?
Stone or abuse.
Okay, sorry, Varn, can you do that line one more time?
Or a setting stone or a viewer statue.
This isn't anything like either of those examples.
Can you guys hear my, my chat okay, by the way? Not my chat, sorry. Can you guys hear the other voice actors, by the way?
No, not really. I can't even hear myself.
Maybe I should, turn down, music volume.
Alright, that should be a lot better.
This isn't anything like either of those examples. The dumpster was massive and its wheels are long gone.
Correct. So if anyone had moved it after police had arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. If it was moved after the rain had stopped and before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew what they'd find underneath it. Someone died. Tanks was dead. Han, Creek, Chopin wouldn't have known because he wasn't there. Creek was dead. Are we pinning this on Adelaide Han?
Maybe.
Like, she's the only one that really fits.
Yeah.
Hey, Ness. I guess we're pinning this on Han. The meanest batch in the digital 7 Cs. Yarhar. It had to be Han, of course.
Counselor. Uh,
Oh, she's pissed. As a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene, she'd have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy. But I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength?
you lift with your back, not with your arms, lady.
Pushing strength, then.
Me? I can possibly push over a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof for any of what you said.
You're literally the only person who fits with your connections to Cyanus, which installed the building security, and the Blue Blood Mafia, who ran the building. You're literally the only person who could have known that the spare key was there. So, yeah, I believe that is check and mate, motherfucker. Oh, wait, I'm Morgan. I hate chess. I believe that's a full house.
I'll be right back.
We could check for your fingerprints on the front door.
Thank you, Sarah.
You'll find them because I used it plenty of times. That's my job.
We could check for your fingerprints on the dumpster.
It's filthy, you'll get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisted and addicts and whoever else stumbling around in that alley.
Would we?
Dunno. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene. And how I might have stepped out into the alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rested my hands on that dumpster then? This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about Hans's prints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it.
True, fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing.
What?
Han was there that night. She was there before the police ever were, and she was there long before Cyanus showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now.
How?
Exactly.
What?
I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. The clicker! What the hell was that?
I don't know. You really have to use that again?
Yes, Sarah.
Why
I
no
had
like
to
clicker?
use the Android clicker again.
I will bite you. What's happening right now?
This is a simple whistle every time I press it. She's enjoying this way too much. Every ad in the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency. as does any phone with the proper receiver app installed. So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor?
You brought that shit into the courtroom? Where exactly was this whistle found?
At the scene of the crime, of course.
Near where Creek's body lay.
Sorry, my internet died.
Police must have disregarded it as a keychain or toy. Didn't anyone ever teach them that when you find a button, you should press it?
That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene.
Well, shows what you know. You're the one who missed this evidence. Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If he pressed this whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts, as I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Hahn? Did someone install the app on your phone as a prank?
Its reception has limited range.
The lower wards is a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been?
Far. I wasn't in the area last night. It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered
Sorry,
the building
internet issues.
with some sort of spare key, letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. Those two officers did enter after they shut the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness.
The vault door! The unlocked vault! Oh, shit. Creek was shot at around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers.
After coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, are you now going to claim that she simply ran away?
No, Chopin and Rogers didn't properly conduct a sweep of the ground floor. No, at that point she would have had to hide. Front door, first floor vault, and dumpster. It's gotta be the first floor vault. Hey. Payback. Stop it. Stop! I'm solving murders.
You can multitask.
Since they didn't see her, logically, we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor.
That is logical, but it's also entirely conjecture.
Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier?
Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked.
Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later?
Oh, Addie.
I love Addie so much. She is such a delight. Addie is just the greatest. 2 police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked, perhaps, by a spare master key? Ah! Is that some kind of big deal?
The fucking face.
Yeah.
What Council Morgan is proposing would be that the witness behind Officer Chopin and Rogers as they proceeded upstairs.
Not a bad place to be. If you want to do some backstabbing.
You gotta be shitting me, that's some creative geometry you're employing, Counselor.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hi back, I'm dad joke.
Did you just steal my own joke from me?
Yes.
Yes.
Imagining the witness as somehow getting positioned behind Sir Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers.
Oh, that's...
Non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel.
Her insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. I thought I had something, but when I tried to put the cards on the table... How could Han have gotten behind Chopin on the 3rd floor? Was Rogers distracted at the window, maybe? Or...
Can we talk about how Sasuke looked like a kicked puppy in the background there?
He did. Wrong
Yeah.
question. I'm getting ahead of myself. Trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get in a position where she was able to kill Chopin. I should first ask what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol. The what protocol? Oh, 80. Oh, 80, 84.
ADHD.
Yeah. Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting?
Oh, any testimony you want to review, Adonai?
Thank you, Sarah. You're a lifesaver. Maybe you should be the judge. Wow, okay, I guess I'll just go crawl into a hole and die. If Han won't self-incriminate, now the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... London's? Sosuke's? No, because Sosuke was unconscious. Han was
Wonder what
out
that-
the window by the time London got there. It would have to be Rogers. Recite Rogers' testimony from yesterday. Start from after they entered the building.
What are you fishing for? We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead.
That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley. The one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han... landed on the dumpster, I think. disposed of the knife, that wouldn't have been a slam. Move the dumpster would have been loud, but
Not a
she had
slam.
already gotten into the building by then. She was jumping out the window.
Yeah, she must have.
The sound the officers heard was that of someone fleeing the scene. Out the window, down the fire escape, and onto the dumpster.
Damn, your face is scary.
It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using the dumpster lid to break their fall.
Your Honor, if we have to entertain this thread of conjecture, may we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful?
I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously. You're telling me that? What exactly are you accusing this witness of?
Are you prepared to accuse Han of murdering Tariq Chopin?
I think I'm gonna save my game.
Good idea.
This
Yeah.
feels like a part where if she was fleeing and landing on the dumpster, and that was the noise that made Tariq Chopin want to split up, then that means that Han didn't kill Chopin because she was already fleeing the scene by the time he was still alive. That
Right,
wouldn't
she was just
work.
bugging out because the cops were there.
That wouldn't work for the sequence of events. Han didn't kill Chopin. If my theory's right, then it was the sound of Han fleeing the scene that caused the cops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. No, she's been uncooperative and has lied on this witness stand, but she didn't kill anyone. Woof! That was anticlimactic. I mean, perjury? Who even cares?
Judicial commentary.
Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back on track and bring this witness's testimony to a close.
I was about to say, yeah, you should care about perjury. You're a fucking judge robot.
Judgy Wobot. And considering the fact that she may well have perjured herself, I think it'd be a better use of the court's time if we cleared the room for the remainder of the witness's testimony.
Okay. No objections, Your Honor. Okie dokie! Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendant to a holding room.
Forcing us out? The hell?
Hey, tag along, would you?
With Sasuke?
Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? Varnus?
I'm certainly not still concussed at this point.
See, he's delirious.
He's a guy who wears a hockey mask?
Ah, H2O delirious. Trust me.
Very well, Adonai. Good luck.
I'm getting rid of my most useful ally.
I said that so sarcastically. I'm so sorry.
Because the dialogue mentioned someone was delirious.
Oh. I haven't heard that name in years.
I haven't either.
Place empties out faster than I thought.
No gallery, no jury live feed, no bells and whistles. You just give your testimony to the defense, the people, and moi. Then when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether or not I should add it to the record.
So, you think I've got something contentious to say? Sorry, but it's gonna be more of the cold shoulder.
What I think is that you're scared.
The hell? Of what? Who? You?
An audience.
The pigs? Think I give a shit what any of them thinks, says, does?
Even if any one of them might leak what you say back to the old guard. What's an old guard?
The ruling faction amongst the Blue Bloods views young bloods like this witness as their cannon fodder.
Where'd you learn all that? You binge a late dine special? Knowing Emma.
Is that a
she
Lifetime joke?
Yeah, probably.
Or, a
Or
Dateline joke?
TLC.
Knowing Emma.
Or TLC.
She just learned all this from. Emma, can you?
I said the line.
Oh, I
pick
didn't.
up?
It didn't get picked up. Sorry.
Okay. As a matter of fact, I did. There, better?
Yeah.
Oh god, no, where my loyalties lie. I ain't no snitch.
So now there's someone to snitch on.
I didn't help state prosecutors, and I definitely don't help Icadian lawyers.
The court's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you like. 15 minutes of nothing, and then you walk out. But when you do, someone's gonna make assumptions about what went on in here.
Tell me I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't, ain't exactly got me feeling.
Sosuke didn't kill Creek. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit, but how do you feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest, toasting to the news of the verdict?
She just put her in a catch-22. Either way, she gets the toast.
Yeah!
Screw this. 9:47 p.m. Night of the murders. I got the alarm on my phone. Knew it was Creek because the whistles will have specific frequencies. You guys set them into your device if you want to listen for them. Creek had nerves like eyes. Strong bluffer.
He did
Not
mention
really.
he did mention that he played poker, and yet when he was bleeding out, when Morgan asked him where the mask was, his eyes just went straight to the desk drawer without he had to tell.
Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. Was fastest that way, on foot. Usually is in the lower wards. I knew where the spare key was. Helped set the whole damn place up. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside and just got to my phone, lights out when those two idiot cops showed up. Reds and blues with no siren. Trying to be some kind of movie shit. I thought they were gonna shoot me. Then I heard Chopin getting ready to break the lock, and I knew they were gonna shoot me. I mean, look at me and look at them.
White, what? 2 white officers, 1 black woman on a crime scene. I get it.
Yeah. I used the spare key from the nearest vault, dipped inside, and prayed they would just go straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did.
You followed after them?
At a distance, but yeah, saw their boots on stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split up on the 2nd floor. One went upstairs. He was quiet, except for that squeak on the 4th step. Creek used to joke that was a valuable security feature.
They separated on the 2nd floor without any prompting.
Other one was stomping around on the 2nd floor, so I was able to keep my distance. I just knew exactly where that one was. Someone shouted down. He shouted, saying that everyone was dead. That must have been Chopin, just before Soski snuck up on him. I liked Creek. His boys were alright too. But I did not want to join them in Red Hood's company. So I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. I opened that door on the 2nd floor and jumped for the ground. Was willing to hurt my knees for my ass if I had to. But I ended up smacking the dumpster instead. Guy on the 2nd floor shouted out after me, "They're in the alley." I had windows slide open above me. Footsteps on the fire escape. But my knees had stopped shaking, and the fog was with me. He never saw me. You're saying you never even set foot on the 3rd floor?
Oh, Emma's gonna use that.
And not until I came back hours later as a sinus rep. Nah.
Where's the spare key now?
Bottom of the bay at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. I ain't gonna help you go snorkel around for it, if that's what you're asking. Well then. The people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case. Though none of the answers you've proved have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of.
So, yeah, that means it couldn't have been Han, if that's true. Not quite.
She was in and out, Counselor. Didn't even set foot upstairs.
I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right?
Out with it, Counselor. There's no need for theatrics without the jury or gallery here.
I'm still here. I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. Now I just need her to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned.
What are you talking about?
Red ink knife was hidden the scrap of paper, I think. I'm unsure, so I am gonna save. I'm gonna save before doing this. But I think it's the scrap of paper hidden by trash. This would have been destroyed these papers were destroyed by, stuff. The knife was hidden, but it wouldn't have been while we were there. Yeah, scrap of paper is my best guess. Why
Looks
go
like it
to
was the correct one.
Why go to... I really was not sure. I really was not sure. Why go to such effort to hide one small scrap of paper?
What is that? More trash? Seriously?
You can find plenty of interesting things in the garbage, Miss Rockford.
What are you, a raccoon?
Chitter, chitter.
That's exactly what it was. Trash. Garbage. Somebody knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building. That stuff happens.
Still don't want to answer? That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice. Whoa! Didn't see that coming!
Because that's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you've just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chopin died.
Not an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets.
Huh?
Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible, it only took 4 characters for the P-492 plan to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. Is this our bullseye?
Looks like it. Or at least damn close.
All because of that one goddamn watermark.
The business card watermark! The business card watermark came back!
Of all fucking things. You
Of
gotta be
all-
kidding me.
Identical to the one on your own business card.
Finest security? You need the red ink?
Oh,
Creek never asked nobody for nothing.
we got sad emotional music time. This is gonna be like a sad, mournful monologue.
Thomas was a giver. Gave money, food, blood, more than any of us. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. Guys like that came to a two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help.
That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it. Why would he ask you for it?
God knew Creek was a charismatic, brave, smart.
Remember Craig hated the old guard for some reason?
He did. He really did.
Everything they feared in the young blood. But they also knew Creek made them too much money for them to just off. So the old guard decided to wear them down instead. More jobs than any other crew. More responsibility. Less downtime. No sleep. Keep them too tired to have time to rebel, and wait for them to screw up. So you can make an example of them when they do. Managers will do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. So I'm thinking they were the ones bringing in the money. They should be the ones to keep it.
That's actually something that employers will do over here, like legally.
Just put them on the grind. Grind them to dust. One old boss had them trying to grab that Icaria kid or whatever. At the same time, another expected them to do some kind of arms hand-off to a big shot. At least that was the rumor.
We know something about that arms handoff, don't we?
Point is, Creek knew they had a target on their back already, so they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in town, like a tactical nuke if they had to. But maybe that's why they fired the missile first.
You think the old guard killed Creek?
I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off that Chopin guy, though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up spoiled brick like that for no motive, so... Did that answer your questions, Counselor?
Not the most burning one. When did this scrap of paper arrive on the second floor?
Wasn't there when I ran out that window. It was dark and you were panicked. How could you have even noticed? Paper's white.
If you had seen it, would you have taken it?
You can... Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten that damn paper to make sure.
Well, why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it?
Removing an item from an ox to scan the building would set off any number of red flags. And first thing that would happen is they'd wind the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did. Looked back to see how the hell I missed it, but the damn thing was in every pick the ox had right down to from the beginning. Looking over trash to hide that was the best I could do. Bubba Ward's survival tactics. By the numbers.
If this scrap wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was on the arcs from the start, that means Reyes's body cam saw it by the second floor windowsill, the one that connected to the fire escape.
Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness. Even though all we've managed to establish is that
someone went from the third floor.
These had gone bad.
I think so, yeah.
Should I toss them?
Yeah. That someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around. You got all that from one paper? Am I stupid?
It may be stupid.
just because those papers originated on the third floor. If that scrap was found by the windowsill, someone could have taken the fire escape.
Exactly.
Could have. Someone could have.
Well, thank you for just throwing me a bone, D.A. Rockford.
But obviously they didn't, because then they would have run right into...
Dr. Sato! Oh, 80. Oh. Yeah. 80, you are stupid, but that's okay. I love you anyway. In fact, I love you so much because you're stupid. Oh, I see where she was going with this. She has some evidence, or DNA, or whatever. Maybe even an updated autopsy report, if you even care. Another Ace Attorney reference.
all that reminds me of is that like meme clip of
yeah, that you sent me when I got to that part of the game.
Yeah. Should we let
Of,
her in?
You're the one overseeing this trial, so...
So I can cry if I want to, cry if I want to, cry if I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you. Open her up! And kick the flirt out.
Hey, Miss Morgan. That Icarian dog didn't kill Creek's pod.
No, he didn't.
You're gonna find out who did? Not your job, huh? Guess I deserve that. Finding Creek's killer is not technically my job either, hon. But if they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back. Appreciate the sentiment. But I'm not gonna hold my breath.
Alright, I'm back.
And I won't tell any of the other young bloods to hold theirs.
Oh, damn. Phew. Lots of news to break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and the bad to you two. That's cool. Just imply I'm the ugly. It's fine. Counselor Morgan's hypothesis stands. This knife matches Miller's entry wound. Well, how about that? And it matches the wound better than the katana, considering what we discussed yesterday. I'd be ready to say this is definitively the murder weapon used to stab Miller. Well,
I wonder how we found that out before everyone else.
Oh yeah,
I wonder
Morgan is
how.
a serial killer. So
No, I know.
that's what I'm saying, Phil. Morgan is herself a serial killer. Let's move this, because 80's getting blocked.
What else is new for her? She's always getting blocked.
She's always You know what? Yeah, let's block off 80. But yeah. Morgan is 100% a serial killer. In fact, Morgan was at this crime scene before, with Creek's pod, before Han was there, and before Officers Chopin and Rogers were there. She was there to try and purchase a mask, a like super techno high-tech face-hiding mask to hide from cameras. Said mask will actively fry any camera that tries to record it. And Creek wasn't willing to sell it to her. So what Morgan did was grabbed Tanks' gun, shot Tanks in the chest, shot Creek in the stomach, took out her knife, stabbed Miller in the neck, and grabbed Sosuke's sword, which was on Creek's desk, and used that one, and used Sosuke's sword to kill the last member of Creek's pod, Trey. Then she went into the bathroom where Sosuke was tied up, and decided, oh, you're a perfect fall guy for all my murders. Left the gun and the knife with Sosuke, and we actually used that to prove that Sosuke couldn't have killed Miller, because by the time Sosuke had was able to cut himself free of his bonds with that knife, Miller's blood was already on it, meaning Miller was already dead. So Sosuke couldn't have killed Creek's pod. But yeah, we're not gonna tell them that it was Morgan that killed Creek's pod.
That'd be stupid.
Yeah, the
Oh.
one question that we do not know, that we're trying to find in this case, the one question that's the one murder that Sosuke still looks really good for, is the one that will make or break this case, and will decide whether Sosuke gets lobotomized by the state or not. Because they literally lobotomize you as a form of criminal punishment in this universe. And that is, who killed Officer Tariq Chopin when he responded to the scene?
Be right back.
And at some point in all that, Morgan crushed Trey's head because his eyes are cameras.
It turned out that she didn't need to do that. Trey's eyes had scrubbed any recording equipment.
Yeah, he sings to me daylight time.
Okay, so she thought his eyes were cameras.
Yeah. Emma?
But I was waiting for you guys to finish your conversation.
But I've had no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. This
Did she look at
woman
too?
right here, Dr. Sato. So hold on.
It's trans.
Don't count on him.
Yeah, she's our trans femme. She is our trans femme forensic scientist, Dr. Yumi Sato. Here's our victims. Trey, killed last with Morgan's sword.
Well, the thing
Tanks
of it
killed
is,
first
I
with
got
his
to
own
use
gun
the brain
by
power.
Morgan, shot in the chest.
Oh, it's
Why does his belt buckle look like Finland's flag?
Cause it's grayscale.
I know, but I'm saying the shape is the same. I didn't notice that before.
Miller, died third, stabbed in the neck with Morgan's knife and stupidly pulled it out. And
Yeah, 'cause I mean,
Creek
my wife is-
killed second, but the last to die because he slowly bled out by on the floor while having a long conversation with Morgan. So you're the heartbreak killer. What the hell's your excuse? Yeah. But then
Also, I voice Creek. I think I did a good job.
you did a great job voicing Creek.
What is it with me and being able to voice characters while they're bleeding out or being messy in general?
Yeah. You did a really solid job on Creek. I especially liked when Creek asked how many people Morgan had killed, and Morgan hit him with the JoJo reference. How many pieces of bread have you eaten? And Creek's just like, never. Got a gluten thing, bitch. That was fun. But then, sometime after that, our last victim and his partner entered the scene, and victim number 5 was one that Morgan didn't kill, and that was Officer Tariq Chopin. he was found, according to Officer Rogers, face down on the floor with Sosuke's katana that had been on Creek's desk, skewered through him. And according to Rogers, Sosuke was standing over him. Sosuke, however, had been beaten to shit. His hand was broken. He had been tortured by the gang of Blue Bloods.
You know, my internet just had a crash for a quick sec. So I just come back to Sosuke was beaten to shit. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess let's talk about that then.
He was beaten to shit. I'm getting Phil caught up on the chain of events that is happening. And also, keeping track of all this helps me as I work to solve the mystery. Oh, hydrate. Okay, I'll go get you your hydrate, Redeem Avis. Thank you so much.
Right, Varn hydrate too.
Stretch. And then...
Alright, Avis, thank you so much for the hydrate, Redeem.
The stork
and
is up to
posture
mischief.
check. And, ooh, Blue High. You want Blue High?
I sent you a care package as well, because I'm being nice, actually.
Blue High! Blue High. Oh, and posture check. Thank you so much. Stretch.
And stretch.
And here is your hydrate redeem, Avis. Oh, come on. Why hasn't my... There we go. Here is your hydrate redeem.
I know we can't force you to check it like we could with Varnus.
So you admit you enjoy drowning me.
That is a running theme in this game. Morgan is the culprit of 4 out of 5 murders. Morgan...
But no one really cares about the 4. Because they're gang members. They only really care about the 5th one, who is a cop, so...
Yeah, well, it's not just that they're gang members, it's also that they're lower class.
Yeah, that's it.
Which the game is absolutely making a commentary on. About how some deaths matter more than others. But also, Tariq Chopin was the son of 2 city council members, too. But Morgan did not kill Tariq Chopin. We don't know who killed Tariq Chopin yet.
The money's on the other cop.
I'm gonna say yes, my money is on Rogers, because if it couldn't have been Adelaide Hahn, then it would have to be Rogers. Because if it's not Sosuke, then Rogers is the only other suspect that would fit.
Also, can we talk about the fact that Sosuke's favorite author is Alexandre Dumas?
That is incredibly fitting.
Why?
Because Alexandre Dumas, while he did write some iconic pieces of literature like The Three Musketeers, a lot of it is actually parodying the court intrigue of the upper class.
Yeah. He also wrote The Count of Monte Cristo. At the same time he wrote The Three Musketeers. He was juggling those 2 novels at the same time.
Those 2 very different novels, thematically.
Yeah. Also, by the way, the Count of Monte Cristo has a lesbian side character.
Yes. Yes, it does.
All right.
You've also got stuff in your, like, terms in your log, so.
Mm-hmm.
It's just as the updated autopsy report. I will stick my
Like, the
entire
notes in
garage
red
up your
on
arse.
in the evidence are what Morgan knows as Heartbreak Killer that, she hasn't put in the court record.
I'll stick my entire
So-
garage up your arse. Why? Well, for I have, in fact, the updated autopsy report.
Couldn't avoid touching it. Had to at least pretend the dark card would work.
later on, it turned into a ball pit.
Our evidence that Creek can't spell.
Only reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of this useless piece of plastic. Trey definitely had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had locked behind me after I left. But yeah. So we still do not know who killed Tariq Chopin.
We think it's Rogers.
No, it's
We
not.
think it's Rogers.
It's not Rogers, Zach.
Who's that in the background?
My brother.
Hi, LRB's brother.
Ah,
Does your brother
don't
have
know.
any
Hello,
theories
brother.
on who
Hello,
who
brother.
killed Officer Tariq Chopin, if not Officer Rogers?
he's just goofing with me. He does that.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell that was, but something just fell off.
You weren't able to get anything? Nothing in the range of admissibility. However, like Sarah, I was also able to perform blood type analysis on the blade.
Just in a very different way.
Yeah.
She didn't lick it. So that was really funny when Sarah licked the blade. I felt so bad for her.
Oh yeah, her puking rainbows.
Yeah. And while I also found AB negative and B negative samples on it, I found one more blood type as well. A positive. Who's A positive? Wait,
is
wait,
that
wait,
bad?
whoa.
Chopin.
He wasn't killed by the katana!
Nope. It was posthumous.
Oh,
To
fuck!
make it look like it was Sosuke.
Wait, hold up. Did I not say, oh, like I initially got it wrong. I was like, wait, is the AB plus Tariq Chopin?
No, the AB negative, we knew that. The AB negative was,
No, but, like, I'm
was
just-
Creek.
no.
Just
And
I
how Creek was
misspoke about
super...
it.
Oh, wait, no.
Buddy.
No, the
I
AB negative
misspoke
was not
about it.
Creek. The AB negative was Miller.
didn't like that.
No, wait, no, the AB negative was Sosuke. Miller is the B negative.
Yeah, like, but like, did I not mention that? And then I was like, wait, no, I probably have it wrong, and I'm not wrong. I was not wrong.
But yeah, so we had first Miller's blood got on it, then Sosuke Ikaria's blood got on it when he cut his hand after cutting himself free. And then at some point, Chopin's blood got on the knife, which doesn't look good for us. It doesn't look good for our case because we left that knife in Sosuke's possession.
Step on it.
Three people cut with one knife. That can't be filtered.
LRB, can you,
Sorry, I'm
can
getting
you
quite
mute?
distracted.
LRB, mute yourself.
3 people cut with one knife. That can't be hygienic.
As long as you don't stick it in your mouth, you should be fine. About that. About
Ugh.
that. Sarah
sad whining from
absolutely
Sarah.
did stick that knife in her mouth. A positive blood. Who was there that night that had A positive blood? Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. Type A blood. Tariq Chopin had type A blood. If Dr. Sato believes that Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife and not the katana, that means this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sosuke's bindings. So either my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife, with his wrists tied together, all before ever stopping to cut his bindings, or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed. But wait, that almost sounds like an alibi for 4 of the 5 murders.
I like the song.
Oh!
Yeah, holy shit. Oh,
This is
I love this.
jazzy.
You know what that reminds me of?
What?
Rush, saxophone type 2.
Yeah, I can hear it.
What have you done to me?
It's an alibi, Nora.
Merely an increasingly strong shadow of the doubt.
I'm being able to be a bit more quiet with my line delivery. My apologies.
Okay, that's fine.
But I will have to look up the song.
You're gonna have to what?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'll look up the song later.
It is so good. I feel like this... I just imagine that Morgan was like starting to get an angle, and then Sarah comes into the room with a saxophone and a pair of sunglasses.
Yes. Yes.
She did say she was working on sheet music.
The jury can decide that for themselves. The facts surrounding Terry Chopin's death still stand. Sasuke Kariya was the only living individual in the room Chopin was killed in. Sasuke Kariya is the only person with his fingerprints on the katana.
But his blood is on the knife. Tariq Chopin's blood is also on the knife.
Something he corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense's theorized fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of those crimes.
Yes, but unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there is evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. The killer's fingerprints weren't on Yoru because the katana wasn't the murder weapon used to kill Chopin. Connect to crime scene to room immediately below. Street ladder missing. Red ink. Classified documents, hard to copy, easy to destroy. Sosuke's med records. Arrested with numerous injuries, cut on left hand finger, bruises and welts otherwise. A/B negative from Sosuke, B negative from Miller, and A positive from Tariq Chopin. The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller. What?
Look whose line it is.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe we should do like a little Nary stealing people's lines as jar.
No, I was too in
Ordinary
the
steal.
zone.
Somebody edit together a compilation.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Avis.
It's color coded.
The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller.
Very likely used to kill Miller, yes. But definitely used to kill Chopin.
What? What are you going on about?
Blood typing. Chopin is the only victim with A positive blood. even my client Sosuke has AB negative blood. Yet Dr. Sato just told us that A positive blood was found on this knife.
That blood could come from.
This was why it was in the drum in the alley, burned to a crisp. Which is why the prints were burned off of it. Yoru wasn't used to kill Sosuke at all. Not
Right,
Sosuke.
was the-
Sosuke wasn't killed. It wasn't used to kill Chopin at all.
No, it was just stabbed into Chopin's back to make it look as if the sword had been a murder weapon.
Nowhere but the single fatal wound identified on his autopsy.
Chopin's blood was all over the scene. The knife could have fallen into it at any point.
Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the Arcs. That means it had to be moved into the alley before Detective Reyes arrived on the 3rd floor.
But Chopin was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it.
Yes, but not fatally.
How could that stab wound not be fatal?
If it was posthumous. Because it was post-mortem. Huh? Ah!
Well, technically, Sato would be able to tell that.
You're basing this on the blood?
Usually closely follows a stabbing, yeah. It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. An impalement doesn't leave much blood at the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. Yo, like we saw with Miller pulling the knife out!
Right.
I assumed the amount of blood at the scene was as a result of the sword being jostled afterward because the wound had been aggravated. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes, Chopin was stabbed in the heart. From behind, but it was most likely with this knife. He collapsed onto the floor dead, and the knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with the sword in the same wound, leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and masking the initial knife's entry wound.
While utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility.
If I may, Your Honor. This may be just a possibility, but it's the possibility that makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation on the floor.
It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of events you described are none of those of a rational human.
Nah. But wanting to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable. And stabbing his katana and stabbing the corpse with his katana would be the best way to do that. Let's save our game again before we make this
Stabbing
decision.
his katana. I don't think he was stabbing his katana into anything.
Stabbing the corpse with his katana.
That doesn't make it better.
Nope. Nope. I'm sure it occurred to them that the sword would point to Sosuke. But if their primary goal was framing him, all they'd have to do is put the knife in his hands. We know that because that's exactly what we did, even though we didn't kill Chopin. That's true.
Topping up the murder weapon and the disposing of the knife is 2 to 4 times as much work. That's many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical.
Stabbing Chopin's corpse with the katana didn't help them frame Sosuke. So what did it achieve? It made a big mess some poor schmuck would have to clean up. Yes, that's... Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink documents at the scene. But who says that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice, just so that his blood would cover up the red ink docs?
This is insane.
Makes sense to me.
No, not your logic for the stabbing. That idea of yours that Tariq Chopin was some kind of conspiracy to fool the city.
Agreed, that is insane. I believe just the opposite.
You what?
Tariq Chopin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to improve his electability. His personality, his family, his goals, he'd have every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492. But the other officer, it was Rogers! It was Officer Rogers!
Thank you very much.
And just to get the whole project cancelled?
Leaving the lower wards in an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen. A lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care. And an Icaria like my client would be actively rooting for it.
You think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 492 had been corrupted?
Just all that money left on the table. All the future money coming down the line? That's a much better motive then. What was it you proposed exactly? That my client saw a police officer and would rather stab him than have to explain why he'd killed his captors?
Something along those lines.
You're getting sloppy, Emma. So,
And
like,
you're getting none.
what's going on now? Did Sosuke do it or not? That will be cleared up in very short order, Your Honor. With the help of our final witness. It's gonna be Rogers.
So Yoru wasn't even really used to frame me.
I'm gonna turn you up, Varn. LRB,
Alright, let me know when to reread the line.
Okay. And LRB, can you do something about the background noise?
And unfortunately, I cannot do anything about that.
Okay. Okay, go
Understood.
ahead, Varnus.
So Yoru wasn't even really used to frame me. was used to draw more blood from the wound to soak the papers?
A very cold decision to make in the heat of the moment. Defiling a corpse just to protect investment.
Colder than stabbing someone in the back.
In some ways.
Didn't think that was up for debate.
Thank you for joining us once again, Officer Rogers.
No problem. Where is everybody, though?
Well, after the shooting yesterday, I'd rather not risk the integrity or celerity of this trial by rescreening every member of the gallery when I've already cleared the room once.
Celerity?
Speed! Trial's gotta go fast, baby!
Gotta go
I
faster,
like
faster,
chili
faster,
dogs.
faster. Sonic X.
And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again. We were almost caught in the line of fire not 24 hours ago. Officer Rogers, yourself included. Surely you don't find the lack of an audience to be intimidating? Nah, but they were all cops. They were all his people.
Nah, I guess not.
Where'd we leave off with this guy, anyway?
I believe that lawyer over there had just accused my late partner of being, on the take for the Blue Bloods.
I was merely exploring a possibility raised by the witness's sworn statement, Your Honor. That he never heard any gunshots in the area himself.
And I stand by that, ma'am.
Good.
Does the defense have questions for this witness, Your Honor? We all continue to glare at one another for the rest of the day.
Tempting, but I guess we'd better not.
What we asked. Oh, that's you. My bad.
That's you putting
Oh,
a
great! I pulled an airy.
Yeah, that's
Shut! Why is it called pulling a nary?
You know what?
I'm not. It was done to me this time. Why is it called pulling a nary?
You know
Because
what?
usually do it.
Doing.
Shut
But
up!
usually does it.
I hate you guys.
Love you
Love
too.
you too.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we ask that the witness that the Your Honor,
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
we ask.
Ba-ba-ba.
Shh. Shut your filthy fucking mouths. Your Honor, we ask that the witness testify once more about how he and his partner arrived on the scene.
Yeah, no problem. I'll repeat it as many times as you like.
I'm gonna have to call you on that. And call is bolded.
'Cause card game.
Whistle.
It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and I had to find the building dead quiet. The door was locked, so I checked the alley, but I didn't see another way in.
We just established that you didn't hear gunshots.
So Chopin shot off the lock through the door and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. Then there was a slam, and my partner bolted to the third floor. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running to find the defendant there, standing over my partner's dead body.
Adonai? Are you waiting for something, perhaps?
Just savoring the moment, I suppose. There's only one thing to do at this point, and once I hit the trigger on it, things will really take off. You couldn't have heard gunshots. Quit that already! The clicker.
As I have mentioned, I feel many times by now that is a very unpleasant tone, Adonai.
Sorry, Butterfingers. You're doing it on
Butterfingers,
purpose.
my ass.
She's doing it on purpose, because she enjoys it, because Morgan's a twisted bitch like that.
I think we completely. Did you hear me? What I said in the Sarah voice.
What?
Butterfingers, my ass. Has anyone told you that it's in poor taste to use the same trick twice?
It's been a lot more than twice now. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice on the same audience. Speaking of which... His phone! You gonna answer that, Officer Rogers? That was why she did it again. Tariq Chopin wasn't in the one in the Blue Blood's pocket at all. It was Rogers. We got you now, you son of a bitch. Just to fill you in, officer, what I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating. Can you read us the notification you received just now? Fill you in, you say. Yep, fill in.
I guess that's a real filler, eh?
Yeah.
Boo.
Or should the court computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the wall?
That's one way to word it.
Mr. Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed on that device, do you not?
I mean, I'll say this for Emma. She really does kind of stretch things sometimes to get her verdict, but in a very Edgeworth sense, she really does care about justice at the end of the day. And so seeing her turn on Rogers like this kind of feels in line with her character. Unlike
I guess she wants justice for all.
Hey! Unlike Morgan, who's just a self-interested bitch.
And yet we can't fully hate her for it.
Yeah, no. I support women's rights and also women's wrongs.
Okay, but Phoenix Wright and Miles Edgeworth teaming up against Morgan, and then Morgan just sighs, kills both of them.
Oh my god.
You know she would.
She would.
Yeah.
Until Phoenix Wright activates his counterattack and uses Maya as a shield to stop and parry her attack, and then he starts a long-ass combo against her.
Yes, I do.
Is that in line with the department guidelines on use of third-party software on state-provided devices?
It's not breaking any regulations. That's not what she asked.
Doesn't need to earn you any demerits to make you look guilty as sin. You and your partner, that is. Did Chopin also have the app installed? We can go check.
If having that app on your phone makes you guilty of something, You'd have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards.
What do you mean?
It's common knowledge that orcas use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, clothes left on lines, smoke signals, probably even messenger pigeons known as Varnai.
Where?
Varnai.
Don't jump scare me like that. When you've got to figure this statuesque, every pigeon is a disaster waiting to happen.
Anyway,
I love 80 so much.
Whistles like that aren't uncommon. Hey, 80. Pigeons.
Ah! Don't scare me like that!
Perfect.
So, is it common for members of the police department to try and listen in on the chat of the groups like the Blue Blood Mafia?
Lower wards ain't a place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry. And that goes double for information.
So there is nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that horrible, horrible racket? Don't I? Have I had to put up with that noise for nothing?
Not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop. What's incriminating is the fact that Officer Rogers' device responded to the specific frequency of this whistle.
Creek's whistle.
Creek's whistle. Alright, let me see where this is on the... Okay, yeah, that's good. Looks good right there.
Well, goodness gracious me, folks, I might be fucked.
Let's turn the music up, because we've got the softer... We got the tense music now, the soft, tense music. Sorry, officer. A little blue birdie already Sorry, officer. A little blue birdie already told the court that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it.
Yeah, I know that.
So
does the whole force, in fact.
What?
I said
see.
the whole...
The hell is she reading over there?
Officer Rogers, testify about this anonymous tip that the police department received last night.
Oh, fur.
I haven't seen the submission myself, but it came through the department network straight to everyone's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tips suggesting potential Orca analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers in lower wards use this information at your discretion.
That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about a secret communications channel? The Blue Bloods would find out their line is compromised within minutes.
Would they? I don't know. I don't control how anonymous tips get handled.
But as
I do not control the speed at which lobsters die.
But as soon as you got an email telling you there might be criminal communications occurring at a random frequency, you tuned into it right away?
Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. I haven't seen my partner murdered by an orca right in front of me and all. Barely 24 hours before nearly getting shot myself.
Back saw the moment of your partner's death? That's news to the court.
You know what I mean.
Your Honor, the tip was submitted and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believed it to be compromised, having already been used at the scene where 4 of the members died.
Officer Rogers may have the receiver app on his phone.
But so do many other police officers in the city. The app doesn't provide timestamps of when frequencies are added.
So there's no proof of when his phone first started listening for the frequency?
Neither he nor his partner were members of the organized crimes unit. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own, and they could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department. Since the defense cannot prove that the signal was acquired illegitimately,
I never said I couldn't prove that. How are we gonna prove it? Let's save before we do this. Paper. Creek's data pad. Red ink.
found on found on tanks about a week ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
they could have
yeah.
put a thing on the gun.
The gun of it.
Not just any gun. A Mag US. Legally registered to Ankur Ton. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago. When Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol.
That report.
Officers TC and HR reported the following. Subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole.
Pon and Rogers.
Tariq Chopin, Hugh Rogers. And subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone.
He wrote all of that in the report?
You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Creek's pod over a week ago by skimming Tanks' phone. And sat on it until last night, when you kindly dropped it off in the tip box.
Now you even saying, why would we frisk a perk, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves? 'Cause you're cops?
For the same reason your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. The same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding documents on Prop 492 at the site of an Orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars. You wanted to be first on the scene at the site of a Blue Blood massacre.
Council is badgering, Your Honor.
Uh-oh. Oh, listen to that.
Oh, that's music.
Oh, yeah. Emma's theme is giving me flashbacks to Edgeworth.
Oh yeah, big time. I'm losing a meager thread of logic in the process.
previously, witness testified that there was, in fact, a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed. It could only have gone out before his heart stopped.
Just turning it down a little so it doesn't drown you guys out.
Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot, and yet arrived well before Rogers and Chopin.
The lower wards are maze-like. She could have been closer.
That whistle had a limited range over which it can be received.
Just gonna turn it a little bit lower down. I love this track, but it's drowning you out. And your
Yeah,
voice
it's-
acting is more important for the game right now.
Yeah, and also it doesn't help that I have to be quieter than usual.
Mm-hmm.
He proposed that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within the limited range at 9:45 p.m. Yes. Obviously we do, or else they would have never received that frequency at all.
So if person H is on foot, and individual R is in a police car, and they both receive a signal at the same time, and a train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m.,
That seems like an irrelevant factor. All the court needs to consider is this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot? All three were within that range.
can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of this would ever be useful. Okay.
Aren't wrong.
I'm just gonna, you know what, I'm just gonna, just for now, just because I'm having to move it a whole bunch, I'll bring the chat window back when we're done. This isn't geometry, damn it, it's just logic. The fact is, they did arrive later than Han. If I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night, if he was sitting in his patrol car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment?
It would seem that the defense doesn't have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor.
Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene? We don't have anything for that. Not yet, anyway. Regretfully, Your Honor, we do not have such evidence in our possession. But fortunately, Your Honor, we live in a surveillance police state.
Pardon?
And that makes it pretty easy to surveil police officers. The officers' patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. I could request any of it. Hell. Your Honor, Okay, so that song name is Scarlet Draw.
Scarlet Draw and...
I'd have to look and see. I'd have to look back over the VOD to see what the name of Emma's theme is. Your Honor, I formally subpoena all of it. Sarah's I'm just picturing Sarah off to the side whipping out the saxophone.
What?
Oh, also Emma's theme is called Zero Summary. What?
Pardon? Emma's theme is called Zero Summary.
Yes.
Nice. Morgan's being pretty sarcastic there, Phil. But for her cases, well, maybe not, because in her case, that actually helps us with our legal argument. Sosuke?
Did she do that?
I just did.
I'm not sure. I'm still learning.
Reyes's drunken swipe at my front door reminded me exactly how much power the police have. But it was her dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. Whatever it takes to answer this question for the court. After Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 p.m., exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in the parking lot before actually driving off to the scene?
How did she know we like doing
the
that?
zoom in on his face. Kind of a big ask from the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object?
The people, of course, object to any data collection efforts that would be a waste of taxpayers' money or a violation of their privacy.
Oh, so it's fine. So it's fine to, have surveillance and privacy violations and have an
Unless it's the
entire
cop.
criminal justice system built upon a surveillance state. But oh no, the good officers need their privacy.
So we would prefer that the range of the state request be narrowed somewhat. Narrowed perhaps from everything to something.
Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise.
Also, I sent the tracks to the group chat so you can listen to them later.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
thank you. I promise not to act like a kid in a candy shop when browsing through.
If you do this, if you subpoena that data, you'll...
Am I being threatened?
Will what?
Am I being threatened by the witness? We've got the murder music playing now. This is the music that plays whenever Morgan's about to murder somebody.
You'll...
Yes, go on.
You'll just see me driving like a lethargic moron.
Why'd you suddenly put your hat on?
Officer Rogers? He seems different.
Hardly recognize him.
Agreed, but I recognize his type. Soldier.
The defense's suggestion is largely accurate.
Pardon?
And that's a first.
Though there are some corrections I feel I should make at this time.
Wait, so is Rogers ex-military like Sosuke?
Probably.
No objections here.
Officer Chopin's the one who discovered the frequency when we apprehended Encore Tom. He entered it into both our receiver apps at that time without my knowledge. It wasn't until the night in question that he chose to inform me of the intel he had obtained and how he planned on acting on it. You could say it was a real failure to communicate.
Here's the thing though, Rogers. You had like this whole sort of like, sort of timid, shy little, Officer Barney Feifel persona. You're like you know, like the bumbling officer friendly. And now you put on your cap, your eyes are all shadowed and ominous and super serious. Remind me of my murder mystery court games. That is usually an indication of bad guy vibes. Hi, Fire. How you doing?
It's like you say, miss. All cops are bastards.
This is reminding me of the Matt Onguard switch when he
Yeah, that's what I was
dropped.
thinking too.
When he dropped
what a
his
hell of a
whole
thing
act.
to tie in, right?
Yeah, and usually
Yeah.
by the time they're dropping the act, it's usually a sign that they're the one who did the stabbing. I am more convinced than ever now that it was Rogers who stabbed Officer Tariq Chopin.
Evil Columbo.
Evil Columbo. Very much so, yeah. Evil Columbo, 100%.
9:45 p.m. we received a signal. Before I could react, he'd put out a notice on the police network that he had heard gunshots.
Crime!
It was at this time that he told me to drive towards Blue Blood territory. As he started to
Evil
explain to me
Columbo,
what he believed we would
Aquaman.
find, I chose to take a suboptimal route.
Why?
We spent several minutes in traffic as he berated me for my sense of direction.
But that was on purpose. That was your whole bumbling persona.
So you both knew the silence alarm would lead you to some sort of blue blood emergency.
But only you realized that meant you should take your time getting there.
Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation and not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into the crossfire of an ordered gunfight without backup.
That's your job, though, as a police officer. That's
Your Honor, I plead didn't wanna.
That's literally why you have so much power and so much privilege as an officer, to do exactly that. You fucking coward.
It's as you say, Miss Kerr, I am what you eat.
Oh my god. This guy does not get pussy. I'm sorry.
I didn't say I did, I said I am one.
He does not eat pussy. And honestly, no, I'm not even gonna make that joke.
You could have had backup easily.
He was waiting for the Blue Bloods to die.
My partner had no desire to share our intel or how we obtained it. I
And now
apologize to the
deflection.
court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings. And I intend to take full responsibility for doing so.
He is a total dick. 100%. You motherfucker.
Well, let's
But,
not forget, cops don't see the working class as people.
They really do not.
But I was
To
not
them,
eager to admit the role of my own cowardice played in these events.
Hey, Kylisa!
Nor would I ever want to imply that Officer Chopin was responsible in any way for his own murder.
13-month crime wave! Thank you so much, Kylisa! Mwah, 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 mwah. You are the best. You're doing maid lore in the background? Fun! I think I know exactly what you're working on.
Barn.
Sorry. Very warm sentiments from the officer.
I was kind of drowned out by the music. Could you give me that line again?
Very warm sentiments from the officer.
Delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water.
So you're telling the court that you and your partner arrived to what you expected to be a bloodbath, and you still shut the lock off a door and started stomping around inside while separated from one another?
Respectfully, ma'am, with the route I took and the time it took us to arrive, we expected to find all targets neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. Yet we were still the first on the scene despite my stone for time. I think that might have enthused my partner. He was excited and I let him set the pace. It's my deepest regret that I agreed with his request to split up.
First to arrive on the scene? We know that wasn't the case. Kylisa is complimenting your voice acting for Officer Rogers. She loves the mix of New Yorker and Southern gentleman. Rogers is
thank
likely.
you kindly, ma'am.
Okay, how would Rogers be your favorite cop though when Farrah Reyes exists? In fact, Rogers is probably the one that killed Tariq Chopin. I am more convinced than ever, especially with his whole persona face heel turn. First to arrive.
Maybe Kylisa didn't actually hear my drunk by disaster version of Reyes.
This girl. Oh, sorry.
Bottom.
Yeah, Reyes drunk was adorable. Okay, that's true. That's true. You don't. I'm sorry. First, let's just say that drunk Reyes is adorable. I hope she gets out and decides to quit being a cop. First to arrive on the scene? We know that wasn't the case. Oh, that's true. That's fair. A blue blood got there well before you and your partner.
That's what you were talking about?
The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony.
I'll be back.
He's merely giving the facts as he knows them. And he can't have known that there was a blue blood in the building.
That is fair, though, Kylisa. If you don't want spoilers, maybe you should, like, I don't know, mute the stream, hop off on a different tab, or, you know. Because there's gonna be spoilers. I feel like we're close to the end of this case. On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them yesterday, as they made a not-so-silent retreat down into the alleyway.
That was a blue blood making all that racket? I see. My partner, Chopin, he shouted that there was someone scrambling around down in the alley not long before he was killed.
Wait, wouldn't that place him on the second floor?
I think so. He must have opened the windows on the third floor to check.
I think it was Rogers that shouted there was someone on the third floor. That there was someone in the alley because Han said that the shouting came from the second floor.
That's a new detail, Officer Rogers.
Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday.
It occurs to me you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light. The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime. A bloody knife, which somehow ended up down in the dumps. I know what that feels like. Know anything about that?
No, ma'am, I do not.
You lying son of a bitch. Playing
Of course I'm a lying son of a bitch. I'm a cop, ma'am.
playing dumb, wrong move.
But I do know Cyanus is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities.
The cops didn't find the knife either. Explain this to the court, then. Forensic analysis has already shown that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller. Oh my god, he didn't know about the knife. His testimony was, this is how we're gonna get him. This is how we're gonna get him. His testimony was that Chopin was killed by the sword. If he was there and the first on the scene when Officer Chopin died, he would have had to have known about the knife. Getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It's also been established that this knife must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings.
If you say so, ma'am.
The evidence says so.
If the defense isn't interested in asking the question, asking the witness questions, whoever's looking in the background will get stabbed by me. Perhaps they'll answer mine. What does this have to do with Officer Rogers?
Everything, of course. Allow me to show you why. Whistle. Sosuke's med records. London's testimony. Sorry, let me look over London's testimony. Oh, thank you, Kylisa. Detective London testified that he and Detective Reyes arrived a second on pair of officers on scene. Rogers
had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked.
He would have had to have seen the knife if we know that the knife was used to kill Chopin, and he found Rogers arresting Sosuke. He would have had to have seen the knife. We know for a fact that Sosuke had to use that knife to cut his bonds. And Detective London has testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sosuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley?
That is a question well worth asking the witness.
What did I tell ya? Emma only cares about justice, and I think she's starting to smell the bullshit too. Rogers?
I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the Mag US and a sword. The sword he had stuck through my partner.
Which we already know is
Yes.
not true.
This knife you're talking about? Where'd you find it?
In the trash?
Drum.
That keeps coming up.
Down in the alley? Well, then, some crime scene tech idiot Must have thrown it out thinking it was bio waste.
Why would they?
Why would they? You find a bloody knife at a crime scene covered in blood? No. You're fucking... You don't expect us to buy that bullshit?
Or
He's a cop.
some Cyan's lackey tossed it as a prank.
He's a cop. He's
I wouldn't
expecting
know.
to get away with this bullshit. That's what.
Cause I spent hours being debriefed in that room on the 3rd floor while they were setting up the arcs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin.
We know the knife was with Sasuke at one point, and we know it ended up down in the alley later. It sounds too recent that someone had to walk it downstairs and out the building. If Rogers never left that room all night, then someone else must have moved it.
Who came in later on, who had been there previously.
Han? But she had already fled the scene.
Yeah,
We've
Han had
cleared
already
Han.
left, and it was before she had come back in her official capacity.
Yeah, the knife, the arcs had already been flagged. The arcs had already flagged everything in the building. The knife had to have been removed before the arcs was set up. So that meant only Rogers could have moved it. He could have removed the knife. 0 points for you.
0 points again.
All that processing power, and you can't manage to think in 3D. It doesn't matter if Officer Rogers stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do to dispose of the knife was step out onto the fire escape and drop the knife down into the barrel waiting below.
Why you sweating, pig?
No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers.
What kind of trick shot bullshit are you talking about?
That is a long drop, Your Honor.
A straight drop. Gravity is convenient like that.
The target was a small drum in a dark alleyway.
Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit, and I've taken both of your arguments into consideration. After much deliberation, I have come to the conclusion that the proposed method of removing the knife from the 3rd floor is not actually that hard to do. All right, give me a sec. I'm gonna get more hydration. My throat's getting a bit scratchy. I'm probably gonna make myself some throat coat if we go on much longer, but I think we are getting close to the end.
Same.
Assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and a basic understanding of Newtonian physics.
Well,
Lauren.
obviously, couldn't anyone manage that?
Practiced martial artists are like masters of every muscle in their body. Individuals like yourself.
Oh my god, any chance to fucking flirt?
Any chance for Sarah to praise Sosuke? She is down horrendous for this man.
No,
I
I
like
can't forget
abs.
he's gay.
And me.
Oh!
might find it hard to relate. But there are some who would struggle with the task.
Yourself and I. Wait, hand-eye coordination? We do know that Morgan has incredible hand-eye coordination. She is an amazing shot.
Eloquently put, Your Honor. So, you must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination so bad that they hold the record for the worst marksmanship in the entire police department. Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault the targets rather than shoot them.
Mm-hmm.
Someone like that might find it impossible to pull it off.
Well, crap.
This case never ends.
This case never
Yeah.
ends. Are you talking about me?
Talking about me, Your Honor.
Oh, he's pissed.
And while I find her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false. Apologies. That dropping the knife on the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. It just must be that for me, personally, such a method of compromise of the crime scene is not only unthinkable, it's impossible.
Of all the stupid details to come back and bite me in the ass. The piss-poor aim that London mentioned?
It's possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy.
It's easy to not hit your car. Why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give himself such a strange alibi here today?
So everybody thought he was stupid and thus didn't suspect him.
He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score you could possibly get while still being certified.
Points for the dog man.
Sosuke,
Good lord, you have to be trying.
they're catching on.
If his goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points needed to pass, his margin of error would actually be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best.
Meaning he's actually an amazing shot.
Or he might be.
But then what about when he first saw me? It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over their dead partner would have just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. He's not actually that bad of a shot. Why am I still alive? Because of your
Because-
blood.
That's the story Rogers has been telling so far, that he instinctually didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged and Sosuke's got the bruises, so we accepted that line of reasoning. But if I assume he's more dangerous than he's led us to believe, why wouldn't he have just shot Sosuke when he had the chance?
Convenient fool guy.
Or he knew about Sosuke being the heir to the blue blood fortune. He could have told.
And was told not to shoot because of that.
He could have told his fellow officers whatever story he liked afterwards. And we wouldn't even be having this trial. I feared for my life. That's all he'd need to say. Under what circumstances would it have been impossible for him to claim that? Your Honor. I'm reminded just now that my client and the witness were in a physical altercation.
Handed a murder suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting I used unreasonable force.
If anything, you used unreasonably little. Not at all. But I imagine things happened fairly fast. Isn't it possible that a knife on Sosuke's person may have been knocked away into a corner during that moment?
What are you?
It may have. I can't say that I would have necessarily noticed something clattering onto the floor while I was trying to cuff a violent perp.
Perhaps, Your Honor, the witness ought to testify about everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge.
No objections?
Then let's hear it! Good versus evil, man versus machine, cop versus robber.
Not a machine. Or a robber.
Don't worry, Sasuke. If need be, Adonai would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine. She did the same for me.
Hey, what
I was
kind of
smiling
fan-fixing
so.
you writing?
I was holding my laughter back so hard, waiting for you to finish that line. You have no idea. The callback to the first case when Sarah was on trial.
Either that or Sarah, what kind of fanfics do you write, girl?
Okay, I had a crazy idea. What if in this universe, Sarah wrote Ace Attorney, and if in the Ace Attorney universe, Maya wrote this?
God damn it.
Oh my god.
God damn it. Hold on. So, but yeah, because that was literally just the callback to the first case. They're both writing fan fiction of each other's fucking bosses stupping. Anyway, Sosuke, read your line.
What kind of joke is that?
I don't think she was joking, bro.
Yoru,
I was very serious.
fire
You should
escape.
check my record in court.
Sosuke's Mad Records.
When the blue blood fled down the fire escape into the alley, I poked my head out the second floor to check. But then I heard a sickening thump from above on the third floor where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs where I saw the defendant
Why would
standing
you draw
over
his
my
service
partner's
weapon?
dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured, and the sword was stuck, so before I knew it, I was running at him. He turned to me with dull shock as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. He collapsed after that, and the room was a mess. My blood was pumping. If he dropped the knife at that time, I wouldn't have noticed it.
Despite his change in posture, he's still telling the same story.
Yeah, he hasn't changed his tune. But he is giving more detail than ever before. And one of those details is about to bite him in the ass. He'd have drawn his service weapon because that's what you do as a cop.
It hit him in the forehead.
On the back of his head. Buddy, wanna bet? Sounds very brave, Officer Rogers, but that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out with one stroke to the forehead when it was the back of his head that was injured?
What are you talking about? Yesterday he had bruises across his entire body.
An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found on the crown of the head. The crown, as in the top of the back of the head. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato is still in the building? Perhaps we should call her back and have her examine my client on the stand? Sosuke, you'll have to remove your shirt. Oh my god, even 80 is horny for this guy. What is it with the androids wanting Sosuke Ikaria's blue-blooded cock?
It's the abs.
It is the abs, isn't it?
It's the aesthetically pleasing,
To get my head checked?
Emma's like, I concur.
That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Council Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording from the medical... Oh, okay.
Sorry.
In the medical record to make her argument.
I was gonna turn the music down again because I thought you were a bit quiet.
Largest wound. But the fact is, the defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody, including one on the front of his skull. Warren.
Sosuke!
Not wrong, I still remember every egg.
It's entirely possible that when Officer Rogers struck the defendant on the forehead, the blow was glancing. It's still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. And had he fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound at the crown of his head at the moment he hit the ground.
Respectfully, Your Honor, that's...
Ultimately not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we were, mirrors could examine wounds that are no longer visible. Sasuke's injuries, they're mostly healed as of this morning.
Hope that injection helped you sleep really well last night, Sosuke.
Your Honor, as I see it, either we could extend this trial indefinitely, with both the people and the defense lying in X-ray specialists and contusion analysts to argue back and forth about fracture lines. Or we could accept that event more or less took place as the witness described. He hit the defendant on the head. Then the defendant fell backwards onto the floor.
If the head wound's open to interpretation, then... we gotta go all in here. We gotta. I should save just in case. Rogers is 100% the killer. We have to bear our fangs. The data doesn't support Rogers' story. Forget expert witnesses. Let's all just look at the medical data with our own two peepers.
Peepers.
Oh, hey, that was the right call, and I thought it would have been wrong, but I was like, we have to fucking... Officer Rogers claims that Sosuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards. But what would he have fallen onto? Oh my god! A floor soaked in blood! In that room, probably blood and guts. Yuck! You're exactly right. All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today. I love 80. He would have gotten blood all across his back. But that's not how he looked yesterday when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body, telling us that Sosuke could have only fallen forward.
Which would indicate that Rogers was behind him. And what of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head while trying to dodge. Things happen fast.
Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. I love how that's how Morgan can recognize who the killer is, because you learn to recognize your own. Fast enough that you may have, in fact, actually struck my client from behind.
Yeah, maybe.
Took him by surprise when he was no threat to you.
What? No,
Why not? Why wouldn't you do that in that situation? Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense why you wouldn't use lethal force in that scenario.
No, he was... The guy's got nearly a full head on me.
True.
True.
I don't deny it.
The ads are like, oh yeah, he's definitely hot. The ads are just like, oh yeah, he's definitely hotter than Rogers. It's just science. Even Phil is like, oh yeah, true. Sosuke's the hot one.
Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happened as you say, and he had the elements of surprise, he would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible, the one easiest to reach, the center of the bottom of the skull.
Not quite.
Excuse me.
I never said that my client was standing up when this happened.
You mean?
He was asleep? Oh, look at her! No. Considering that he was struck on the crown of his head, it's obvious at the time Sosuke Ikaria was bent over. My client must have been bent over. He was bent over when the witness came from behind and...
So Rogers stabbed Chopin with the sword, knowing Sosuke would try to get the sword out. And when he was doing that, that's when he cold cocked him in the back of the head?
Yeah.
Don't I?
What? Why are you interrupting me now?
Because I thought you would want to know. You were about to phrase things in a way that would sound very silly.
But Sarah would like her to go on.
He got pounded from behind. My client was pounded from behind by Officer Rogers.
The ads are enjoying this fanfic, even though they do not like the person who is doing the pounding.
What are you talking about?
I'm good. I'm dying.
Sosuke.
Burn.
Sarah's right, Morgan. You should let her take this one.
What?
It was. It was when Sasuke bent over to pick up Yoru. That's when Officer Rogers struck Sasuke on his crown.
As I've said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. Picking it up off the ground.
Something pounded in the butt by the district attorney.
Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, counselor?
Okay, that's a low blow even by her.
Yeah.
That's exactly the bravest tactic.
That was... Emma's claws are coming out. Tactics are for freshening your breath.
What's
That's
a Tic
Tic-Tacs.
Tacs?
What can you claim is weak about the argument?
Positioning. Positioning.
Oh no.
This is just sounding more and more sexual by the minute.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Compose. Compose. Okay.
I'm gonna need to make myself some throat coat.
Yeah, same. And it's getting quite late for me as well. If your client really had walked out of that holding room and was immediately hit from behind, where could his assailants have possibly been standing?
Sosuke had to get out of his bindings first, and then push open the door. And he wouldn't have been concerned with keeping quiet as he went. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there and figure out where they could hide. In the corner of the room, here.
That doesn't work. If that was the case, your clients would have fallen face first here. Instead, he was apprehended here in the center of the room.
So Rogers knocked him out there and dragged him to the center of the room.
Hey, makes sense to me. Looks like he dropped like a sack of potatoes by the door, sure. But then he was dragged to the center of the room. Would explain the streaks of blood we can see where he was would explain the streaks of blood we can see that were discovered on the floor. Oh, Morgan. You were right with him being dragged, LRB.
So, those weren't left by him gliding his feet in order to move silently?
Oh my god.
I was hoping to learn that technique.
What do you need the technique for?
Jump scares! Jonah.
Oh, we've got the ominous murder music now.
I fear the defense might not realize the weight of the implication that her statement carries. If she, as she claims, Sasuke Karia was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out into the room,
then my client never had any opportunity to stab Tariq Chopin in the back. And the only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him would be me.
Good at yourself aware.
It's not picking up your voice, LRB.
Would be me.
Yes. Any thoughts on that, officer?
There's one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. Did it not pick that up either?
You did.
It picked it up.
When I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her.
You what?
Oh, she just got insulted. That's gonna piss her off. Probably.
Terrible idea, by the way.
Terrible idea to piss off the woman who's supposed to be on your side.
None of what you're saying makes any sense. You say I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke, and that I then, what? Snuck up on Chopin. How could I do any of that if I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed? At the time Sosuke killed him.
You.
It's not that the thought hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart.
He was trying to protect you, you dumbass.
And you just exposed your weak spot.
And the truth of the case becomes crystal clear. There's no misunderstanding on my part, and I suspect none on the part of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately taken the lead. You were the one who took point, not your partner.
Excuse me?
Chopin shot open the lock, sure. I believe that. He was the one all gung-ho about coming there anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him while he covered you.
What?
You already told us you wanted to stall, wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you went first, you could go as slowly as you liked, and Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead.
Told you. I testified.
So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about how you and your partner separated on the second floor.
Objection, mischaracterization of testimony. The witness the defense is referring to did encounter two officers, but the witness never identified either of them.
The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting to hear was whether any blue bloods were alive. So after Rogers shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out the second floor window. And when Chopin shouted someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the windows behind Creek's body to try and spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try and follow them, only to give up when he saw there was no ladder to get down with.
It's entirely possible that Chopin yelled that someone was in the alley from the third floor.
The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in that room would notice a commotion in the alley unless they'd already opened the windows to check it. So since Chopin yelled about it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the second floor.
This blue blood radio is just misheard. Or they're lying. There's no proof for any of this.
Yes, there is, officer. All right, let's save our game again.
Okay.
I'm going to very
This-
quickly go make myself some tea. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, I might have to do that too. Well, I'll.
Would that be though, Neri?
Second scrap of paper found on second floor and room below crime scene was hidden by trash. Receiver app. That doesn't make sense. My knife. Front door. That doesn't fit.
Dumpster.
I'm thinking scrap of paper, because that was on the second.
Try it.
Let's try it.
No shame in save scumming.
Oh, right. Avis wants to make herself tea. All right, let's give me a moment. All right. So, I'm still here. I'm going to give Avis a little bit of time to get back. But if she ain't back by the time I get my tea started, then, I guess I'll just... That scrap of paper was found by the second floor windowsill. But it's not just any scrap of paper. It matches the red ink documents that were found where the pod died. We think that footprint possibly belongs to Chopin. And it happens to have a partial boot print on it, proving that someone stomped from the crime scene, down the fire escape, and on to the second floor. That was an Emma voice line, but Avis is not back yet, so I'm covering for her.
That doesn't prove anything. Your own client could have left that boot print.
But he never left the third floor, Rogers.
That and he's not wearing boots.
My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting.
Then maybe Chopin.
If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down from the third floor, that would put him behind you. Meaning you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke.
Sarah just staring intently at him. Gah!
Counselor, even if we accept that Rogers was on the third floor and then moved down to the second, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reuniting on the second floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously, Chopin did proceed to the third floor, because that's where he was killed. So now we're back to where we started. All right, give me a sec. Let me check if my tea is, oh yeah, nice and hot. Give me a sec, I'm just making myself some tea for my throat.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. I did cover for you a bit while you were away. I'm making myself tea, too.
That's fine. So now we're back where we started.
Back where we started. Okay, hold on. Sorry, give me a sec.
Zach, I'm just teasing.
I'm making myself some throat coat.
Fair enough.
Taking care of the old voice box. It's kind of my money maker. You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. At the time the officers reunited on the second floor, my client was already unconscious.
Ooh, that's a face.
Huh?
Ugh.
Meaning the only person who had a chance to kill Officer Chopin was, in fact,
None of this shit matters. This lawyer's trying to accuse me of killing my partner? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would I do something like that?
depends.
What?
Depends where you live. Not uptown, I assume.
What's it to you?
He was the one profiting from the Proposition 492 with the Blue Bloods. And Tariq Chopin, who is an uptowner, wanted to expose it and get that corruption exposed and canceled for the sake of his own political career. But him, who is a lower wards dweller and is in deep with the Blue Bloods, has a lot of reason to not allow that shit to expose. So that is a perfect motive for him to want to kill his partner. Single bedroom?
Yeah, whatever.
Not great.
Excuse me?
And having to ride around all day with some insufferable, spoiled rich stick in the mud. Knowing the whole time that your job, your whole goddamn police department, it was all just a bullet point on his resume.
Counsel is badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument.
Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Prop 492 was corrupt. Blue Bloods and worse would profit off it at the city's expense. But it would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. It might also stop the canopy from, just falling down and crushing everyone who lives there. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that. Every photo I've seen of this guy, he's had a big, stern frown. But I'll bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that red ink. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him, and then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents he'd have plastered all over town.
Like a pig. You're crazy. That's not possible.
Hey, Thomas. Do the people have anything to add? Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover for this.
Are you kidding me?
Officer Rogers, you were the one who entered the third floor first, weren't you?
What is she doing?
Yes.
How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping through the alley?
More than 2 minutes, but less than 3.
You had a chance to start looking the room over?
Yes.
And did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense had described?
He's gonna lie on the stand! He's gonna lie on the fucking stand!
No, nothing of the sort.
Lying on the stand, 'cause he's a cop. Cops lie. Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know Chopin found them because they were found underneath his corpse.
And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of those documents. Because he would have tried to make them public, essentially?
Yes.
That's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner?
Yes.
I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on the desk? When he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand.
Oh, shit. This is why Morgan's always losing to Emma. Oh!
Because Emma cheats.
A damn good question, Your Honor.
I mean, Morgan cheats too.
Do we have an answer for it?
I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off. This is a cold guy. Cold enough to walk into that room, knock out Sosuke, and start calmly looking around. So is he lying? Did he actually see those papers? No, Emma's right. If the papers were in plain view, he'd have just tucked them into his jacket. The papers were in plain view. Were they? Ugh, I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them if not on the desk? I remember taking them out of the safe and thinking they were nothing important, so I just throw them anywhere. Okay. That's probably how one page got left where it could stick to the bottom of Rogers' boot. Before I left, I reorganized things. Tried to make it seem like I was never there, so I stacked things neatly. Yoo-hoo! Counselor! Any cuckoos in or around the nest? Pardon me, Your Honor. I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had the chance, because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple.
A simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't measure up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink dots in the 2 minutes he had with the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents on the site of a gang shooting. Neither of them would want to start disturbing the crime scene when there are bodies and blood all around them.
Correct. Rationally, neither officer would want to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Chopin's eye. Was it Morgan's dark card? Did he see Morgan's dark card stuck in the card reader? Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out. 'Cause the papers were right by the card reader.
You gotta be. The hell are you talking about?
What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you think, Your Honor. Because it would have to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye, yet not that of his partner. Something lower wards people wouldn't have, like a dark card. In other words, something at the scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize.
Your Honor, this is pointless. If the officers knew this was the site of Orca violence from the silence alarm, and there was blood and corpses all over the damn place.
I was wondering why the dark card isn't evidence. It was gonna come back. It was what we used to get into there, and there's some nice bit of closure where it's what we're gonna use to tie the whole case together.
And if the Reading dogs were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage. What could possibly have drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them?
If I need to retrace Chopin's steps specifically, was there anything in the evidence record that he left a trace on? All right, Phil, thanks for joining us. Go eat. We're gonna end soon anyway. Sound system, Yoru. There it is. Known only to the rich and criminals. Hoot night! Good night!
He would know what it was because remember, his parents are rich.
Yeah.
Rich and criminals know it. So he saw that and he's like, wait a sec, this shouldn't be here. This is something that only criminals or people like my parents would have.
When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Creek's data pad resting on top of some papers. Emma?
You might have to get going now.
Do you want me to cover for you, Avis? Okay, should I just read the line?
Probably.
You think the red ink documents were beneath the data pad at the time? That might explain why Rogers didn't notice them, but that's only half an answer. Then how's this? It wasn't the data pad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside of it. The dark card? Seems like little more than a fancy credit card to you or I. But if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eyes of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin. Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden underneath the data pad. Your Honor, this speculation Chopin's prints were discovered on the datapad, Your Honor, we know he must have picked it up. And the datapad was found by police on the desk, so we know he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing that he didn't put it down in the exact same spot. Just because this dark card happened.
Hey, seriously. What the hell have you two been talking about? What the shit is a dark card?
That's why his eye wasn't drawn to it. He just proved Morgan's case.
Idiot.
You dumbass! We got you now! Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge, unless you ran in circles as high up as the city council.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know that. Never heard of it. Assumed you were being literal. It is a dark card. Rogers, you need to be evaluated, bro. Yeah, to be honest, wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around picking up what everyone at the crime scene without even radioing in first? Sounds about right. Bare hands, mouth breathing.
Oh, and the murder music. Maybe give this line a little more vehemence in your Rogers voice.
Bare hands, mouth breathing. Guy was big on following the rules, just wasn't that good at remembering any of them. Not me, though. I remember every rule. Follow them, too. Partner breaks a body cam, I request a new one. Let him use mine. Stop him from getting sued by the next punk he bumps into. There's a real risk for him. He had money. People would sue him if they could. No one would try to sue old Huey Rogers. Only thing the judge could award him would be in my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money. Just bad with debt. Can never seem to get rid of the stuff. But even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at a goddamn crime scene.
You mean...
It was all for the dark card.
Obviously, counselor. From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories in an alleyway. And I can swear on my parents' graves I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, the doors, the murder weapons. You'd never know I was even there.
From a murderer to a murderer. What a funny thing to say.
So you can say I did this or claim I did that.
Hey, Kasetsu, you're live on stream. Just thought you should know. Oop. Fuck. Hold on.
But the city's only ever gonna hear that some Ikarian bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks.
Oh, you lost your wallet. I'm sorry. Kasetsu.
And that Tariq Chopin died a hero trying to save the day.
Varnis, did you...
Yeah.
It
He
didn't
did.
get picked up. I didn't hear it, sorry.
Right.
Adonai, is that true? Is that possible? After all, Is it possible that... But the jury, surely they can see... The jury will see what the adjutant decides they need to see in order to properly render their verdict. If the adjutant comes to the conclusion that a witness or line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury... 80! Your Honor, the jury... Give me a second to think here, girl. I'm trying to build consensus and basically everyone's mad. So... Oh, that's you.
So, maybe the adjutant rules in our favor. Maybe the jury sees things our way.
But there are no guarantees. After all that, it just comes down to a gamble. Always does. Yeah. But you still get a chance to sculpt your hand. And I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just have to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree. About what, exactly? About all of it. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape because of that scrap of paper, which would have put them in the perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. And we know that Chopin picked up the data pad because his fingerprints are on it. So we can reason that Chopin was investigating the desk before he died. And of course, we know he died reading the red ink documents because, duh, his body was found collapsed on top of them. Put that all together and... nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence tying this witness to a theoretical sequence of events. Emma, did you get hit in the head too? What? We have Officer Rogers' fingerprints on the murder weapon. What? They'll never go all in unless they think your hand is cracked. Put on a show. Used to KO Sosuke, struck on top, back of his head, no shots fired. His prints were on the pistol he used to bludgeon my client, of course. What? What are you? No, they aren't. As he said, he was wearing gloves. Also, that gun was never fired. What the hell are you talking about? Now that you mention it, yeah. Shoot, did I get my notes mixed up? That's right, the bat. Did you think we didn't notice you left your fingerprints on it just because it was broken into splinters? Baseball bat used on Trey? Forensics failed to pull a single print from that. Is this your idea of a joke? Jeez, take it easy. I misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. What? Are we just... The Mag US that was used to kill tanks in Crete. Pretty stupid to forget you're to wipe your prints off a piece that gaudy, don't you think? Counselor, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom? The only prints on that gun belong to Sosuke Ikaria. Oh, sorry. Guess I was thinking of another case. Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom?
We do a little trolling.
Well, don't I feel stupid? What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice that he left his fingerprints on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life.
Enough of this embarrassment. What the hell's wrong with you? I knew a mob lord be corrupt and vile, but how can you be such a stupid bimbo?
Busting out the sexist insults. Oh, fuck this guy.
Do you think we're all idiots? Yes. My fingerprints aren't on that goddamn knife, and you know it.
My mistake. I can see here that, yes, I was misreading the fine details, and it does appear that your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry. You. Oh, dear.
What? What is it?
Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long have you known it was this knife that was used to kill your partner? Oh! Got him to self-incriminate!
Oh, Fuckles, he about to catch the knuckles.
Yeah, because they never said knife.
What?
They said blade,
Confused?
which could have been the katana.
So are these two.
Yeah.
Because, like you, neither of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report. So I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife, and the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know that?
Oh, that face. I think it's such perverse pleasure in this.
She
Celeste?
does! She's like a fucking cat toying with her prey.
Her when she fucking gets you? There must have been 50 cops in here when that doctor...
Far fewer than 50, actually. More like 0. We had already emptied the courtroom by then, a courtesy we extended to a blue blood witness.
You... For some blue blood rat. You crazy harpy! Trying to trick me at the last second? You think I walked in here unprepared? No, of course not. She, right there, Rockford, the prosecutor. Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife.
Ah, so that's your plan.
Right, Rockford? Before I came out here, didn't you?
It's always great to reveal a full house and rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a handful of shit you bluffed your way to victory with.
Say something already. Just say it.
But every now and then, a different kind of victory comes along. Rockford loves justice. She's not gonna play your game, dude. Where you just get to sit back and watch someone else self-destruct because they completely misread the dealer.
Say it. Say that you... Oh,
Shut up!
that face. You about to get fucked up, my boy. What?
Just shut up! Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to salute you first? Stop talking! You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty! Why the hell would I perjure myself to help you?
But...
Hey, start counting. I'm so sad Avis wasn't here to read this line.
Count up your sins. Hey, Varnus?
From this second,
Yep.
every word that comes out of your mouth adds directly to the number of years you're going to rot in jail. Unless those words are your confession.
He's the Hound of Icaria. He murders for the mob. We could put him away.
They don't want to put him away. Not for your crime. Not for murdering the son of 2 city councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind?
But he's a murderer. Not in this case, you dumbass.
Well, not all murderers are created equally. Well, not all murderers are hunted equally. Neobility assassinating each other? Let it ride. Keeps them divided. Orcas fighting in the lower wards? Let them sort it out. Keeps their numbers down. A monster shoots 6 women in the heart and leaves no evidence behind? Call us back when he kills someone important. We know that the heartbreak is finding heartbreak is kind of an obsession for Rockford. Oh my. Strange. Once she's properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping her. Well,
You know
she's
Morgan
not
thought that
going
was
to
hot.
twist- Morgan did think that was hot. Morgan just probably just a little bit of cream leaked out while Emma was saying all that. If she's not going to twist the knife herself, I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him.
You sadistic bitch.
He was counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. Fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. In summary, a week ago, you acquired a blue blood distress signal when you arrested Tanks.
See his color change to blue.
But your partner insisted on letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. LRB, can you mute during this monologue, please? Just so...
Sure.
So the night of the murder, when the alarm went out, he jumped at the chance to be the first unit on the scene at what could be a gang shootout. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on, and even shot the door open in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made up an excuse to keep him on the second floor, and proceeded to the third on your own, relieved that everyone was already dead, and puzzled by the delirious Sosuke, who you knocked out with one blow to the back of the head. But by calling down your partner to convince him you were already too late, you alerted an orca hiding downstairs. And when they fled out the window and down into the alley, you opened the windows at the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley from the second floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you'd never recognize. He knew that it pointed towards the involvement of powerful parties. It was simply bad luck that he found the red ink before you. But he must have felt like he'd won the lottery. He was the one man in the city who'd benefit the most from exposing the corruption it hinted at. Can we just talk about Morgan's face in that last cut there? She is loving this way too much. He must have been salivating at the opportunity right in front of you. Standing in the blood without a second thought. You had taken a knife from Sosuke, hadn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the Red Ink from going on the record. You had one chance to blot it out for good. Okay.
That's all a lie. Just smoke and mirrors, tricks and guesswork.
It's funny how we got the confession from Helen Young because she had a guilty conscience, but Officer Rogers, as a cop, is an entitled asshole who's used to having no consequence for his misdeeds.
The Hound of Ikaria is standing right there next to you. The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him right in front of all of us.
No, they didn't.
The assassin was aiming for you. Oh, excuse me?
I have it on very good authority the Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated.
Oh, I'm sure.
So considering
He was aiming at Rogers.
So considering where the shooter was and the direction he was aiming, the only person he could have been aiming at would be, well, you.
Well, what the hell are you talking about?
Seems like the old guard wanted to make sure there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you can keep protesting your innocence if you want. It might work out. And you might be able to avoid the next Blue Blood to come after you, and the next after that. You might survive just long enough to end up the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire.
You're...
Blues coming after you from above and below. Who gets there first is a coin toss. So tell me, you feeling lucky? Well?
Ew.
Any questions?
You and this DA, you're
Officer?
You're both... You're all... out of your damn minds!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him!
Finally.
That case kinda went on way too long, but we got his ass. Do you work for the Blue Bloods?
Never thought of it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like a neighborhood watch. People looking out for each other. That's how gangs start.
That is how
Everyone's
gangs
parents
start.
off working or enlisted or in jail for civil disobedience. Whole neighborhoods that cops, medics, goddamn firemen wouldn't set foot in. Didn't see it as transactional. Thought I was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. I wasn't useful enough to be a young blood, not good not good looking enough to be a host. But I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it. And because it was in fact transactional, they expected to get something in return. Police Academy. The man on the inside wasn't as exciting as it sounds. Made sure it wasn't. Test scores sucked. Aptitude sucked. Clumsy and boring. Made sure no one would want to give me anything important to do. Valuable enough that the Blue Bloods wouldn't out me. Not valuable enough that the cops would give me anything worth passing on. The world's worst double agent. So bad at his job he'd never be expected to double cross anyone. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job on the force.
Tariq Chopin.
We were perfectly matched in a way. I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted to let him near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt. Nothing real enough he'd go blabbing to his dad's. Doing around to schools. Those are the jobs we'd get.
Building security.
Morning assemblies. Telling the kids what cops do. Here's how to call for help. All that shit.
I remember those. Those sucked.
We were a goddamn joke.
There are worse things to be.
You think I don't know that? You think I gave a shit that kids were laughing at us in the back of the class? That teens were throwing soda cans at our car? Good for them. At least they were having fun. Tariq was never having fun. He was just burning inside. Humiliation and bile. A stomach full of it. If he hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. Guy would either put in his 2 weeks notice or just drawn his gun and walked into the nearest Orca mansion.
So when you two arrived at the building...
Happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the second floor. He started poking around, and I went straight to the third floor because that's where the bosses would hang out back when I was a kid, where they'd give us spare change to buy their groceries and pick up their laundry. Never met this freak or his pod in my life until we stopped at Corton, different gens. And I'd never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. All four of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me. I ain't no Hound of Vicaria. I don't even think he could have done that either.
Only heartbreak kills like that.
Considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him on the back of the head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in the blood, out like that. Couldn't have woke him up with a nuke. When the hound dropped, I searched him, followed protocol. Found that knife in his hand. I called down, said everyone was dead. The blue blood bolted. Tariq called after him. And yeah, I opened the window, tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out. Figured I'd chase him down, because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking, I don't know. Instead, he starts yelling down. happy, ecstatic. He can't believe this. Scoop of the century, he said.
In that fucking abattoir, to be happy is a very inhuman response.
And I realize I know what he's talking about.
Your blue blood superiors let you know about Prop 492?
Lots of people knew the deal with Prop 492. Even non-blooded civvies. Nothing wrong with any of that so long as it stayed a rumor. So long as the state didn't know we knew where the pillars were going to be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower wards whispering about big money coming in. A little excitement to look forward to. Tariq was excited too. All he could see was forward. Barely reading the words in front of his eyes. Not giving a shit about anything behind him. Not caring about what he was trampling over. I didn't plan on doing anything, if that matters. If you care. I was moving slow, but I wasn't trying to hide. After taking it off the hound, I still had that knife. That goddamn knife in my hand. You all seem like educated people. So, I take it none of you all believe in evil. We believe in evil down in the lower wards. It's like a fog.
Sorry, I was just reading the terms.
Hangs around certain people, places, and it poured off that knife like a water fountain.
The devil made you do it? Haven't heard that one in a while.
If it wasn't for that dark card being there.
I love the focus on Morgan when we read that line, because in a way, it's kind of yet another murder that she didn't commit, but it's in her wake. She didn't plan for it. She couldn't in any way be held responsible for the murder of Tariq Chopin, but she kinda set the scene for it to happen without even realizing it.
Let me know when you sit down and watch Digital Circus, because I want to watch it again.
Okay. We are almost done.
You know, Tariq told me once. Said he wanted to become mayor. I just did this stupid fake laugh. Told him he had my vote. I don't know why I did that. Shouldn't have done that.
Laughed at him?
Shouldn't have lied to him.
And so, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in the first degree with prejudice. Varnus?
What does that mean?
They can't charge you with Officer Chopin's murder again at a later date just because they found more evidence. And the 4 other charges of second-degree homicide? Let me try that again. And the 4 other charges of second-degree homicide? We will be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice. You again, Varn.
She's not not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Greek's blood.
You're really quiet. Could you maybe up your mic volume and try that again?
So she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Greek's pod?
Miller's blood, having already been on the knife you used to get free in the first place, was pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out like a walking corpse.
But
But the way the state sees it, their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. It's to be expected. Then the jury will be dismissed. This court will be adjourned. And you, Mr. Icaria, are free to go.
Oh.
Everything that's happened to you the last few days, how is that leaving you so shocked?
I'm not shocked. I'm just...
Is that the first time we've seen him smile?
Genuinely, yeah.
That's the first time we've seen him smile.
I'm just grateful, counselor. You have my...
Ahem. Your Honor, is there, perhaps something else you wanted to say? But, well, if you insist.
Nah.
I guess for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed and it's actually their job to do this part and the charges were dropped, I have the strong, overwhelming urge to say, not guilty.
Oh, you know what's a reference to, right?
Ace Attorney.
Yep.
No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe, I cast ye innocent? No, that sounds dumb. Fade to black as she's, debating over how to make it sound as cool as possible. August 16th, 2086. State Building. Floor 48. So, how do you plan on celebrating? Adonai. We won, in case you two somehow missed it. And won so definitively that the police and even the Blue Bloods can't hold a grudge.
Right. My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that I haven't gotten an answer to the question that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod, then they had my life in the palm of their hand, and
framed you, Sosuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors.
And yet they did. They let me live. Feels strange owing everything to someone so unknowable. Oh, don't worry, you owe them twice over.
You do owe them twice over. You say that unknowable like that person isn't in the room with you right now. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it, spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand, ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in a savings account across the sea. Adonai, he's made his stance quite clear.
I intend to hide, Morgan. Blue Bloods can try whatever they like. And you can find me staying right where I've always stood. Protecting my family.
Seems there's someone who'd like to speak with you about just that. Sosuke.
Young master. Please forgive me, young master. I failed you repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment.
Very well. 108 years of manual labor. Oh. Yeah, that's about as merciful as I expected. At least he picked a good number.
100 and... Of course, young master.
You'll need to spend that sentence serving as my head of security. So that I know you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore. Even ones that the elders ask you to do.
Aww.
Even delivering messages. He's doing this because he was so scared without his big brother.
He doesn't want to lose his brother.
Yeah, it's a punishment handed down by the heir to the noble House Ikaria, Sosuke. Who could possibly overrule it?
As you say.
Look at that smile.
I'll start right away, if you don't mind.
That is probably wise. Grandfather is outside in the motorcade, and he's had nothing but criticisms for the current formation.
The chairman is here. He came here?
Probably just happens to be on his way to the airport. He is, Counselor Morgan. Surprisingly astute of you. Though he is leaving quite early if he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes are even fueled.
Aww.
It seems to be... Okay, hold on. I need another drink.
So, the grandfather did that just so Makoto could be the one to pick up Sosuke.
Okay, hold on. I have to dampen my throat. It seems to be a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early.
No, it's a universal truth that old people like to get to diners early.
That sounds very wise, Sarah of House Paralegal. Sarah of House Paralegal? Who are you quoting?
Then if you'll excuse me for a moment, Counselor.
Yeah, feel free to. Take Sarah with you.
Pardon?
If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it.
Yes, well, that's... Right then, I'll find a corner in which to lift up my shirt.
Congratulations, Counselor. You succeeded on all fronts. Thanks. Not satisfied? Makoto seems to be in a good mood. If you ask him for a bonus now, shouldn't I just negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see looking back. You're the only one who's acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child. And what of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources would put an ant like me under her magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors you employ. Someone who values their privacy that much should, in the future, avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Noble's board of directors? You were... Not among them myself, but when one woman shifts the opinion of a room that stagnant, even by a millimeter, word gets around.
Is the previous case.
My, you really are a shy little girl. No putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much. Thanks. Though you can be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Why the subterfuge? I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house, intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has a cost, especially in old families, especially for daughters. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. Harder to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibilities seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. He must get it from his father. I suppose so. It's an interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Looks like a mole, but it seems to be hereditary. Sosuke! That's why! Sosuke isn't Makoto's big brother! He's his father! Does Makoto know Sosuke is his father? Does Sosuke? I would be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't.
Damn.
Nobody tells Sarah.
Yeah, she's gonna be heartbroken. That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Why he asked to become the Hound when he came back.
It wasn't to defend his brother, it was to defend his son.
It was to defend his lover. Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage. Interfering. We were younger then, but we still knew what we were doing. We knew there was no stopping the marriage. If we didn't cover up the pregnancy, others would. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Sosuke left before the bridal shower. A sudden enlistment, certainly, but I don't want him for blaming that to be... I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty, as I married another man. If Makoto is Sosuke's son, though, that means he carries his blood. If he stands to inherit from both his father and his mother, his worth... I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe, coming from a woman like me. But Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health, he has his mother, and his father will always be close by. Every moment we've shared as a family is worth its own weight in gold. And as you've now seen, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the Blue Blood fortune, Sosuke chose the former.
His son can get the wealth when he's old enough. He doesn't care. He just wants to be there for his son.
That's why Sosuke refused to turn on the Ikaria. Not because of loyalty to them, but because of loyalty to Makoto.
Because of love for his own son.
All of you, you could have it all. Why don't you want it all? We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? Oh! Morgan's alone in life. Shot through the heart herself.
She can't understand familial love, even though there is someone right there for her that she just doesn't seem to realize is there.
I hope
you know who I'm talking about?
Someday. Yeah, and you know what? Why I love this too? It's been hinted at very heavily that Morgan is estranged from her own family. I hope you do, someday. Let's get back to something I fully understand, then. Bargaining. Changing the subject. Oh, Morgan, you are not slick. You are not slick. You think you're slick, but you are not. One blood test from Makoto could split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriated, assuming he has a pulse. And whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds. So unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job, don't make unnecessary threats, counselor. Oh wait, that word is emphasized. Don't make unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself slinking back, don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. Now, would you excuse me? Sosuke seems to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being, and it's very rare for him to have any time to himself. Mirai just ran circles around Morgan, and I love it. I love it when Morgan is not the one in control. You don't understand, do you? Counselor Morgan. Emma? What's that look for? So that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it? After Rogers went nuts and perjured himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win? It definitely wasn't a loss. You're ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as long as they did. I imagine you wanted to put the brakes on things a number of times back there. But now that it's all out, my client won't be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. At least not for anything he didn't do. You think I was happy to let the Hound of Icaria walk out of my courtroom? Your courtroom? I'll have to have a word with the adjutant. Please don't. But yes, I had my doubts. The OC unit has been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told. What do you mean? Bursts of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted around Creek's place before and after the killings. Figures in red? That's right. The Rust. Ah, right. The Rust. I don't like the timing, but it's not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether. Someone killed those 4, and it wasn't Sosuke or Rogers. If you don't like the Rust for it, where's your head at? Whoever killed Creek's pod did it with such unhinged brutality, and yet it was executed with precision so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards. Only heartbreak kills like that. Yeah. Tanks and Creek were both shot from fairly close range, near enough to their solar plexuses. I suppose. Bashing Trey's skull in was overkill, yes, but it was the safest way to erase anything his mods may have recorded. And even if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is in line with perfectionism interrupted by... Forget it. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession. Obsession? I'm jealous. You seem like you never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know, feeling like you're possessed by something. Hey, Amelia! Ah! I'm being snacked on! Or someone.
Little does Emma know.
Gay,
Well,
gay, homosexual,
if
gay.
it was easy to wrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession. Just puppy love. Oh, that's me. Gotta take this call. See you around, Morgan. Yeah, see you around. Just don't go tell anyone that was a win, or I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation. Well, we can't have that.
Okay, Morgan, I've fulfilled my obligation to Sarah now. So...
Were your guys' icons blocking the text window the entire time?
I hope not.
I hope not too, because that scene was golden. That was so much happened there, and it was mwah. So now you can buy me a goddamn drink.
Pardon?
You can start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. I've got some paperwork we need to go through before then, and I don't want to do it sober. Morgan just got bested twice in quick succession. Once by Mireille and once by Emma. And goddamn if that isn't eating her alive. And I'm so
He's gonna go kill some people to make up for it.
Oh my god. And so Heartbreak's bodies just keep piling up. This
She has
fucking
no good,
game.
she has no good outlets.
She has no good outlets right now.
Oh, you're serious?
Of course I am. Everyone knows it's tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after beating charges like this. And in this city, they take them to this one special bar, Kintsugi. Oh, it's becoming a lawyer bar!
I've never heard of that tradition. Or that bar.
Yes, well, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Ikaria, but I forgive your ignorance. Time for you to put the fat wallet you've been accruing that whole time to good use.
I suppose I do owe you a great deal.
Including for things that he doesn't even know about.
Very well, but first I must inform Lady Mireille and the young master.
Go right ahead. Be my guest. What was that, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sosuke's tattoo as well?
Oh my god.
I'll take a rain check. Sosuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him? No.
Just that he has a kid.
No. I didn't do anything.
Oh yeah, when you look at them like that, you can see the familial resemblance.
I see. Then perhaps his injuries were just taxing him more than we realized. That must be it.
Aww.
It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray skies spanning a slate-blue world. It was cold, and all the heaters were humming in their rush to overcorrect for it. At 3 o'clock, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Not a problem. She had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults started leaning back in their chairs. Watches and phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, another topic is brought up. The gathering resigns themselves to a continuation. It's 3:45 by the time the girl is able
You're
to
right there.
excuse herself. She has 15 minutes to get back to school. Hardly impossible on foot. If she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She'd left her umbrella behind, back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. The smart thing to do would be to go back up and get it. It is 3:49. At 3:51, she is jogging, a non-committal yet still undignified rush. When she sees her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never been the one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never been the one to text second. She only had one number in her phone's contacts after all. At 3:56, the school gates are in sight. Her eyes had been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knee stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palms of her hands were embedded with specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood ran faintly down her leg as she dripped water onto the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. At 3:59, she pauses to at least catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it.
Morgan, what did you do?
Where do you even come up with this stuff? Hey, I can't promise it's gonna be that exciting every week around here, but... Ew! Eve! What are you? I thought you had a family thing! Oh shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked and... I thought... Who are all... We're the Mystery Club!
Alright. I gotta get going.
Name
Deal.
pending, I hope. I was told the name could change. You were right, Eve. I just went around to people on campus and tried being friendly, being myself, and... people started signing up. But forget that, your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me give you my coat. Screw it. I'll just carry you to the nurse myself. Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. What? Bleeding? Everyone back. Everyone stand back. Where is she? Who? What's her name? I don't know. I don't think I've seen her before. You, girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Ma'am, she's cold. That's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned. Eve, Don't worry about it. I can walk on my own. It was her space, and it was taken from her.
Oh.
Bar Kintsugi.
And with a little sprinkle of salt just along the edge. There you have it. Oh, that looks...
Oh, I'll do a Sosuke. Oh,
okay.
That looks wonderful. Thank you.
Of course. Let me know if you need anything else.
I must admit, Morgan, this is quite a fine establishment. And so exclusive. The whole staff here on hand to attend to just the two of us. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like. Right? Lucky for you, you've got a man working on the inside. I can assure you a table at any time, Sosuke. You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the judging eyes of high society? Now you know where to send them. I might do just that. And these prices, so reasonable.
Shit. Knew I should have gone with the digital menus.
Hey, Sosuke. That name they have for you, the Hound. that a title you were given? Or just part of the mantle you chose to take up? No, I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from or when people started using it. Childhood nickname, I suppose. Earned by following Mireille around like a puppy. I never, Who told you Mireille was the heir when we were... It's a miracle you didn't break under torture, you know that? The Hound of Icaria. So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid? Jokingly. Lovingly. Mireille's right. I don't know anything about...
Guessing that word is family.
Probably. Family has been the running theme of this case. One of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. But obsession, addiction, those are easy enough to grasp. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons haunting me. No other drivers in the car. Just me, sitting in the dark with a hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it, but it'll never be full. Because the hole was there first, and it built a girl around itself, so it would have a place to hide. How can you tell? That they called you that lovingly. I suppose you never know. You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer. And besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog? Everyone loves dogs. Probably even you. For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke. But I could never live as one. Everyone's already collared in this world, tagged, labeled. Blech! Need another drink. Everyone's already collared in this world, tagged, labeled, classified, and put in a box. But even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better to remain astray. Credits. That was good. That was good. That was good. That was fucking good.
Yeah, now we gotta wait till chapter 3 drops, though.
Yeah, we do.
Plus, we don't even know how many chapters this game has.
5. It's gonna have 5. This is chapter 2. We got 3 more. Brian Mulholland, you magnificent bastard. S. Thumbbutt, what a name.
Like, I know it's the person's name, but come on, man.
Maybe I could tie it over until we wait by playing Nth Circle Studios' other game. Made with Unity, Nani Novel, Dotween, Pro Builder. A game by Nth Circle. Of the Devil, Episode 2. His Due. Fiend. Oh,
Or can I
look at
hold his
that!
liquor?
He's showing off his lock screen with Mireille and Makoto. Like such a proud husband and father, and Morgan's just...
And he's drunk as hell.
It's... Congratulations on clearing episode 2 on High Roller. Bonus charm earned. Do we got bonus content?
I wasn't looking out for anything in particular. The Isled. The Rust give me and the others food and stuff for telling them where the Blues go and who they talk to. My shoe's been feeling too small, and the blue guys in that building have been really busy lately. I thought if I hung around there, I might see something the Rust would give me new shoes for. But I never saw anything worth anything.
So you gave up.
No. I got scared.
What scared you?
You won't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar.
Everyone says I'm a liar too.
Are you?
I can't remember. You see, somebody took something that belonged to me. This is the kid that saw Morgan enter that building, by the way.
The Isled.
I don't feel right without it. The kid is talking to the huntsman!
You don't feel right? Does that mean you're broken when you're lonesome?
But I think you could help me find it. This is the huntsman. This is the assassin the Blue Bloods were calling in from overseas.
Yep. What'd you lose?
My face.
I saw the Red Hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl, and she didn't have her hood up. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was all red.
Red hair.
What's this?
Gold.
Thanks. But are you sure? I wasn't any help.
You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. To be continued of the Devil, Episode 3, quoting scripture.
What the hell, buddy?
Oh shit.
Oh, shit. 7 to 7 articles, 22 profiles, 34 key terms, 28 pieces of evidence, 413 total credit earned.
You know, do.
That's, we saw all that stuff from Sarah. That's from case 1. Ah, here's the new concept art. Oh, they got his tattoo. They got his back tattoo. Interesting that his jacket matches his tattoo design. Kintsugi. The lighting on this scene is incredible, by the way. I just gotta say, props to the BG artist for that. Adelaide Hahn, the shameless flirt. Chopin and Rogers, the host club. Kim and Daisuke. And Morgan in her alternate outfit as the Red Hood, the mask, and Morgan as a schoolgirl. Let's see our episode 2 bonus scenarios before we close out. Survey household. Game. Oh no. Don't crash on me. Don't crash on me. There we go. Video from House Ikaria. Why rubbing alcohol specifically? Nostalgia. Reminds me of days spent bandaging scratched knees and blistered knuckles. You did that for Makoto? No. Some other boy who was always overexerting himself. Sosuke. I like the smell of blood for the same reason. Oh. And antiseptic and scalpels. That boy was always so hardy. He made for the perfect test subject. Test subject? I still think about finishing my medical degree sometimes. But I feel like my hobby would lose some of its therapeutic value if I did. What hobby is that? Poison making. What's with that reaction? You made it sound very intimidating just now. Oh, I was trying to make it sound exciting. If I tell people I'm interested in herbal remedies, they all think I'm a dreadful bore. Or worse, that I'm going to try and sell them candles. Well said. Very well said indeed. You have a much finer appreciation for these things than your so-called superior, you know. I am making countless, immaculately thought-out references to Hegel and Ozymandias, and that red woman stares at me as if I'm quoting comic books to her. Comic books can be good, too. Comics are for children. Are you a child? What about graphic novels? What is a graphic novel? One P, for example. Oh, One P! Who is your favorite? He is a child. Why list King Arthur alongside those other historical figures? Arthur was based on multiple historical figures, I'll have you know. But even if his exploits are not factual, it still stands that he united a divided people and defended his homeland from barbarism. He also met fairies and wizards and fought dragons. I know. Impressive, wouldn't you say? Very much so. The Once and Future King was one of the first books I read all on my own. That's quite impressive. The vocabulary was, I'll admit, difficult at times. But I was reading a version with handwritten annotations, so I managed just fine. There was writing in the margins? Like a hand-me-down? Hand-me-downs are for peasants who can't afford anything better. Was it given to you by an older family member? Yes. But it was not handed down to me, you see. Oh. And I went on to annotate it further myself, so that I might someday pass it on to some other reader. So tell me, does that sound like a hand-me-down to you? Yes,
Yes.
actually, it does.
You got until I finish smoking this. Or I get bored.
Very well.
And I get bored fast.
Oh, well, if our time is limited, perhaps we should focus on a topic of singular importance, such as athletics.
And just like that, I knew he was gassed. Lowered my frame and flipped him out of the ring in one motion. An overwhelming, trampling victory. Best kind there is.
I can imagine.
Oh? You done any wrestling? Any MMA yourself, little copper?
Not physically, no. It's difficult to find partners who are a good match for my build.
Sounds like an excuse. Sure you're not just scared?
Confrontations can be intimidating, but sports are not arguments. They are a pure expression of noble competitive spirit.
Ah,
That is to say, I would never back down from a challenge.
ho ho. Well said, well said. I know exactly what you mean. When you lock eyes, there's nothing else that needs to be said.
I agree.
So what'll it be? Arm wrestling? Sumo? Chess boxing? What the fuck is chess boxing?
Why not all three?
Good. Very good, you little...
She's gonna put him on his ass. Sir.
What is it? Can't you see I'm in the middle of... Oh. What is it?
The VTOL needs to leave now if we're to be on time, sir.
Here's a quote then for your little survey, copper. Success can be a prison. But even in a cell, a man who's mastered himself remains a lord.
I'm not sure I understand that one.
What the hell? Makoto said that it made perfect sense.
And then you engage. I see. So you need me to stand here and film you two because... Why? Because Sosuke is teaching me how to do a 1-inch punch, and I need it recorded from a distance in order to practice later. Why? Because she asked me very politely, Morgan. What more do you want? No, why do you need to know this, Sarah? Adonai, surely you can intuit the advantages of a 1-inch punch? Because there's no wind-up, you can execute it without telegraphing your move to your opponent. And deliver maximum force to a critical weak point, even in the tightest of close-quarters combat. Not to mention, if the opponent has triggered any loser flags, your damage will double for each of them. What Sarah means is that an opponent who's overconfident is likely to leave themselves open at a vital moment, Morgan. And that's not incorrect. Right. Well, I don't know anything about close quarters combat or loser flags, but I do understand basic physics. Adonai? And so I can state this much with complete and utter certainty. Hey. When performed by the same person, hey, all else being equal, stop! A 1-inch punch will never be more effective than just throwing a normal one. That can't be true. Why would you? Morgan shooting down the weeb's fun. Am I wrong? You didn't have to say it like that. There was no need for you to say it like that. How am I the bad guy here? The fact that you can even say that is... Oh, it's not like any rules about human martial arts apply to androids in the first place, right? Huh? That is true. See? Perfect ukemi. Okay, I'm gonna go get some stuff for my throat before I finish the rest of them.
You gonna go what now?
Now, this has just been a long session, and we're just gonna get through the bonus stuff before we end for the night, and I already have an idea of who to raid. Survey workplace. Blue Blood, begin playback. Throwing out flowers, it always depresses me, actually putting them in the bin. So they just end up withering around my place. I might have some kind of record number for I might have some kind of record for the number of flowers I've killed at this point. Why do you buy so many flowers? I don't buy them, I get sent them. And chocolates and wine and lockets of hair. Sometimes all mixed together. How do these people even know where to... Mama? What?
Mama?
You give anybody my address? The hell kind of question is that? How do they get my address then? Maybe if you stopped putting your personal contacts on your business cards, you wouldn't be so easy to find. That's why she's such a flirt. She works at a hostess club too.
What are they selling?
So now if a woman's friendly, she deserves to get stalked. Not very forward of you, Mama. Forward? You think I don't know about forward? You brats don't know shit about political correctness. When I was your age, we'd list... She's gonna go on for a while. If you need to save battery or data or whatever. So, this is where you previously worked. Yeah, I was what they call a #1 gal. And that involved people buying you lots of drinks, selling dreams. That sounds like a very nice way to make a living. Nah, it's pretty mean. What are you doing here anyway? Glouting? If you're not gonna come back, don't lounge around. Your old fans will get the wrong idea. Come on, Mama, I'm just sitting here. And a crowd's already gathering. My bad. Would you ever consider making a return? Nah. I didn't hate it. Don't feel ashamed of it or the people I met doing it. Even if some of them are nagging grumps. Keep it up and I'm handing you a mop! But I want to be moving up, you know? Always up. And the only places up from here are those cloud palaces where courtesans lounge on golden couches and get fed grapes or whatever. Big gap from here to up there, and there's no footholds. Either you make it all the way or you fall. Need a little more security in my income than that. Plus, working in security, I get paid to punch the teeth out of handsy assholes. Not even the most powerful courtesan in the city gets to enjoy that feeling. Without getting into more detail than you'd be comfortable with, how high is Mrs. Kim in the organization's leadership? Pretty high. But she also works here as a manager. So does she need to? We're not as rich as the Ikaria or insane as the Rust. We all gotta work if we want to eat, leadership included. I see, but even so, this workplace seems very high energy for someone of her age. I think she's comfortable here. She married into the Blue Bloods, you know, and the pictures of her I've seen, the vibe I get. I think she was kind of a trophy wife. Oh. Her husband's whole family dying, leaving her in charge. She got burned on that deal, but she handled it, obviously. And I can't name any other old guard I could tolerate hosting under. The hell are you whispering over there? Not whispering anything, Mama. Your hearing has just gone to shit.
Nothing, Ma. They're just selling chocolates.
He's my brother-in-law's illegitimate son. Had his mistress give birth at the manor. Guess he was afraid if she went to the hospital, the paparazzi might notice. Course, as it turned out, that was the least of our worries that night. I could pass a message to him, if you'd like. The hell would I even say? We're already dangling literally all the money we can in front of him. And he's not taking the bait. I didn't mean another offer. I thought you might want to pass on a more personal sentiment. Ha! Fat chance. We don't share any blood. We've never met. And if the fox asked him to kill me, he wouldn't blink. I think that Sosuke would blink. Huh? Give it up. Sosuke and I aren't family, little girl. But if you wanted to be family... Nah, forget this shit. I got a job to get back to. If I look away for 5 seconds, all the talent round here devolves into high school drama addicts. She took my locker. He stole my deodorant. No one can deny your work ethic, Mrs. Kim. Thanks. I know. You still gotta pay for a full hour's worth of that booth. Would Adonai be upset if I put it under her name? Probably. All right. Making another cup of tea. I know I don't like to pause because I want to keep going, want to keep the viewers engaged, especially now that we are so close to the end. Can I ask you to take over for a few more rolls, LRB, so that I can just rest a little bit while my tea's being made?
Sure.
I'll still do Sarah, of course. And Morgan if she comes up.
Alright, it's recording.
Tanks, do you have to record this?
If I don't record it, Creek will ask me for notes when he doesn't remember any of it next week.
Guilty as charged. Do you have to video record it?
Fine, Miller. Also, I don't know how to do it so it's just audio.
What's up, Trey? Eyes bothering you again?
Huh? Are they flickering?
Nah, but you're staring a hole in the wall.
Oh, I was just thinking, Are we cyberpunk?
I think we qualify, yeah, but we can go get you some felonies if you're feeling...
No, I mean like culturally. Is this cyberpunk?
What do you mean? Just dice and paper. Easy entertainment that can't be bugged or tracked.
Are they playing?
I think they might be playing Cyberpunk 2077. Perfect way to fight Big Brother, don't you think?
Yeah, but we could do cards or something too.
You think playing Go Fish is Cyberpunk?
Well, no, but like...
Alright, give me a sec.
Did it crash?
Just a sec. I'm making myself another honey tea.
What's up? Weird screen freeze here.
Sorry, truth be told, my throat
Oh.
was kind of getting a bit, pained in the last, Truth be told, my throat was getting kind of pained when, I was doing that last Blue Blood interview. And I'm worried and I'm also worried it might have been coming through in the recording, but...
A tabletop RPG. That's what you're on about? I'll be real, you sound dumb as shit right now, man.
How much you want to bet Creek is the game master?
I just imagine them playing Baldur's Gate and tanks looking from Astarion to Creek like, what the fuck?
Creek is literally like if Astarion and Sans Undertale had a kid.
Huh? There's literally nothing more cyberpunk than a tabletop RPG.
He's got a point. Learn your history, Trey.
Now pay attention. As you approach the town
Oh
walls,
no!
swords
Tanks is the
clanging against-
GM! I
As you approach
totally
the
misread
town hall.
that. Sorry, go ahead.
As you approach the town's walls, swords clanging against shields ring out. Voices rise, and arrows are loosed, and I don't get shot in the chest. You've stumbled upon the closing act of a fierce battle, and it's clear the players intend to let it play out to its natural conclusion. Up on the parapets, a stern, horned woman, her long, proud hair slicked with the same blood that drips down her brow, spots you. Her eyes go wide. She doesn't seem pleased to see you. She thinks we're like enemy reinforcements.
We kinda are. We got a charter from the dukedom to protect its people, and the horned guys are all foreigners. Can't we ignore that? If I break an oath, my build is screwed. Oh,
I have a telekinesis, right?
you gonna toss her off? You gonna toss her off the wall?
What? No, talk to her. What's the spell? You have a telepathy talent, if that's what you're asking. Right, okay, I use telepathy. Roll the dice. I got, 14. Okay. Skimming the surface of her mind, you see visions of allies cut down and civilians fired upon. Her skull is teeming with rage and despair at this brazen defilement of the rules of war.
Oh, shit. This is a Hornling village, and she's under attack. Tough luck. You've got an oath. Yeah, but if I ignore the plight of the innocent, my build is screwed. Paladins have it rough.
Miller would be a paladin.
Well, can we get inside?
The woman is injured, but not beaten. Within a few paces of her lies the lever that opens the gate. She eyes you and readjusts her grip on her club. She's seriously considering destroying the device to prevent you from entering.
Can she hear me?
Yeah?
Okay, I use persuasion. We're cool, lady. 19. Every time.
Damn, Creek. Ugh, how do I even...
Creek is a smooth operator. Did I set the timer on my
Ugh.
tea?
Taken aback by your earnest appeal, she spots a glimmer of hope in your arrival, and betting on that hope, throws open the gates for you.
Creek, do you have different dice than the rest of us? What did we come here for again?
Rumors of a powerful necromantic tome in the area drew you toward the supposed final resting place of Elsbeth the Neverdying.
Okay, that tea is helping. That tea is really helping. Okay, persuasion. I asked the lady where Elsbeth's tome is.
Or
20.
tomb. That was my bad. That's not even... While she is at first taken aback by your abrupt change of topic, your clever wording suddenly hints at the idea that Elsbeth's crypt might have a weapon powerful enough to drive off our village's raiders for good. The elders used to frighten us with tales of Elsbeth's might to get us to behave. I remember my Nan would tell us that she'd rise up from under the town church if we didn't do our chores.
Okay, so the dungeon's in the church.
But of course, the church is blocked down and full of our women and children along with the sick and elderly. We'd never risk their safety by opening the church doors while this battle yet rages.
Well, yeah, but I can just pick the lock, right? Come on, you always do this. Do what?
You always luck your way out of the battles and then we get beat up for 15 turns.
I come back to revive you, don't I? I don't think you've even lost HP yet. I'm playing smart, avoiding conflict.
Avoiding all the scenarios I set up too.
All right. I'll, throw a knife at one of the raiders. 19. Seriously?
The knife hits him right in his eye and he dies instantly. Dropping the keg of burn gel, he was rushing towards the nearest fortification. Wait, that's me. That's my guy right near... He dropped a bomb?
I have 3 charges of valorous interception. I can shield you.
So, the Hornlings in this village are legal citizens? I thought they were all foreign to this land.
This village is lorded over by vampires, though, remember? So you wouldn't want to live here. It's like a shit town, or a ghetto for immigrants or whatever. How's that work? Why is the Duke cool with vampires?
It's all legal. The Hornlings just pay blood taxes instead of gold for their lord's protection.
Sounds familiar. So they got vampires here, too. Can we go in the castle and kill the vampire lords?
I mean, you can do whatever. But the vampire clan is the legal protectorate in the area, so you'd be committing a crime. Not to mention running afoul of the great and mighty Kevin. Is your build screwed if you commit a crime, Miller?
I think if it's like the right thing to do, it doesn't break any oaths.
So is killing the vampire lords the right thing to do?
Kinda subjective. Oof, not what you want to hear from your good guy. Well, I'm not a good guy. I'm only playing as one.
So Tanks, if we charge into the castle, it's probably filled with traps and guards and shit, right? I'm not gonna tell you.
Come on.
Look, it's a castle. There'll be defenses and shit, yeah.
I'm game. Hornlings seem cool. Let's go kill some landlords. After the fight we just went through, we just rested. Yeah, but you just did like 5 nat 20s in one encounter. I think you might be burning through all your luck. I'm happy to burn through all my luck if it means getting to kill some bloodsuckers with you boys.
Thanks, Creek. But also, you are literally out of change of fortune charges.
We just rested. It was a short...
It was a short rest, though.
Damn. Reality's cruel. File corrupted. Playback terminated early.
Weren't that bad.
I wonder if that's...
What if...
I wonder if that was recorded...
Like right before Morgan shot them all?
Yeah. Well, no, because they were torturing him.
So maybe right before that?
Let's see, deleted call. Sighting, witness statement, anonymous report, emergency call from burner. What is this? Why are all these tips getting reported all of a sudden after the trial's over? It smells, right?
What do you mean?
All this new info coming in surrounding Creek's pod.
Well, they're dead. They can't punish snitches.
And all of it pointing towards the Rust for some reason.
You don't buy it?
Of course I don't buy it.
So you think the Ikari are trying to point fingers at the Rust after Sosuke's been proven innocent?
Well, no, that doesn't make much sense. But someone's trying to pull something.
If the Blue Bloods are the victims, and you eliminate the Ikaria, that just leaves the Rust. But why would they want to misdirect attention onto themselves?
I don't know. I guess it can't be them doing it. But gang wars have winners and losers, right? Someone stands to benefit from pitting the Reds versus the Blues.
True. But finding that someone is a task that even OC would struggle with. And we've got our own hands full.
With what? Sorting through all the false confessions and love letters addressed to heartbreak?
Prep for the convention. Chief wants everything to shine.
I just figured Reyes would say that.
Grin and bear it. Any hair out of place in the private sector will...
Phone call?
Yeah, it's a family thing. Would you excuse me?
No, it's fine. I need some air anyway.
Hello?
Who do we know who's orange? Whoa, hey, wasn't sure you'd pick up.
Why wouldn't I pick up for my... Wait, look at his face. Could he be talking to Makoto?
No. I think he's talking to, Brat on Morgan's phone. What is this? Am I on speaker? We gotta stick to code names?
No, I'm just gonna have to delete all this later. Thanks for that. Why would you call me on this line?
It's the only number I have. You haven't exactly kept in touch.
I don't...
Relax, man. It's a joke. Remember those? You used to be good at them.
Yeah, I remember. Never took anything seriously.
Only way to live.
I hope you don't mean that.
Do I hear a teaching moment coming on? It's like riding a bike for you.
Why call me now?
Take a guess.
Oh, you can't. You're serious? You're the one trying to take credit for Creek's pod?
Waste not, want not. No one else seemed interested in it.
Hey, nephew.
Yes, sir.
What the fuck are you thinking? The Blue Bloods will drown you. You think you have numbers? Well, they have unity.
A lot less unity than they did a week ago. Creek was a flickering light bulb of low-quality hope for the young bloods. I extinguished that, and the old guards haven't even tried to retaliate. If I were a young blood, I'd start feeling pretty damn disposable right about now.
You want to start a civil war, that's on your head. But taking credit for kills you didn't earn sounds like a pretty dumb way to spark it.
Fake it if you ever want to make it. Don't worry. The young bloods will start seeing some very real casualties soon enough.
Don't do this. This is... Do you even have permission from...
Now that's low. You, of all people, threatening to tell Mom? Because I'm taking initiative? Because I'm stirring a pot that's stone cold? You want to act your age, urge caution, pray 3 times a day to the status quo, go right ahead. I'm gonna move. I'm sorry. I didn't call to argue. This was a courtesy call. Thought you might appreciate about a warning about all the smoke that'll get blown up your ass over the next few weeks.
Thanks, but I'm not so old that I can't recognize bullshit when I smell it.
That's good. Glad to hear you're still sharp.
Besides, I'm not in OC anyway.
You went back to arson? You're not still in homicide, are you? Thought that was like a sabbatical.
No.
That sucks, because I've met all the guys who are in OC, and I don't like any of them.
Sounds like they're doing their jobs then.
Sure, sure.
Hey, listen, I didn't mean to drop contact.
Ah, don't worry about it. You picked up when I called. That's all anyone can ever do, right?
Bare minimum.
Yeah, well, not like I can invite you over for dinner.
I guess not. Don't do anything that'll get you killed.
Damn, you're full of good advice today. Got the fortune cookies afraid for their job security.
I mean it. Don't do anything that'll get you killed.
There it is, the double emphasis. What'd you used to always say? Redundancy, redundancy, right? I remember. Believe it or not, I took every lesson to heart. And the last one. Last bonus scenario.
Provided the game doesn't.
Oh, no, it's good. Rockford. Hey. No, I'm glad you called. I could use some decompression. Well, I just had a loss, but don't tell anyone I called it that. Thanks, it'd be the death of me if it ever got out. Yeah, no, I read the story. Well, what I could. It was kinda hard to read anything in between the editorializing. Right, if it gets you the resources, who cares? I don't know at this point. If I can be conspiratorial for a second, I'm not sure they want Heartbreak caught. But that's going a bit far. It's more like so long as Heartbreak's out there, they want to take full advantage of the moment. People are scared because of Heartbreak. The state thrives on fear. Some of the radicals are getting bold. The state will relish the chance to draw them out. Maybe after the election. No, that's okay. I've thought about it myself. I just don't want to go that path if I don't have to, you know? Still got my pride. Really? Wow, they're taking it pretty seriously then. Reflects on their priorities, of course. Data's their lifeblood. No, I mean, that's great. How long will you be in town? Yeah, I'm excited to finally meet. In person. We should get dinner. Yeah, definitely. Sorry if you were hoping for that kind of excitement, but no. There's no jealous ex in the picture for you to worry about. I think you'll be fine. Oh, shit. Well, that is... Morgan's not going to be happy about Emma going on a date. Well, that is everything. And you know what? I think we are going to go a-raiding. And I see a lovely, lovely moose who's currently climbing a mountain. So chat, I'm going to send you all to Flannel Fawn. So, I want you all to remember, be good to yourselves, be good to each other, be good to Flannel Fawn. If you're going to be a serial killer, well, don't be a serial killer, but if you are, then don't get caught. And as always, be gay, do crime, and I will see you all next time. Bye!
Later, chat.